to Mia horror stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first announcement came while we were standing on the wrong side of a locked gate, 3 stories under Manhattan, with the last working train rumbling somewhere above us like weather. It wasn't loud at first, more like the subway system clearing its throat through a bad speaker. A soft pop, then a ribbon of static, then that familiar flat female voice everyone in New York knows, even if they pretend not to hear it anymore. Downtown local train arriving on the lower platform. Please stand away from the platform edge. There was no lower platform on the map. There wasn't supposed to be power down there either. My name is Daniel Mercer, 32, male, born in Queens, and still pretending I left because I wanted to. Not because the rent pushed me across the East River into a 4th floor walk-up in Astoria with a radiator that hissed like it had opinions. I worked freelance audio for documentaries, podcasts, museum installations, whatever paid enough to keep my equipment insured. That was why I was underground at 11:43 on a Thursday night with a field recorder around my neck, a headlamp biting into my forehead, and a borrowed MTA contractor vest hanging off my shoulders like a costume. I had come to capture authentic city ambience, which sounds noble until you are crouched beside a damp service corridor trying to record fluorescent buzz without also capturing your own nervous breathing. It's probably a test loop, I said. My voice came out thinner than I liked. Maya looked over at me, one eyebrow raised, the beam from her flashlight cutting across her face and turning her glasses white. Maya Granger, 30, female from Philadelphia, was a transit historian in the unofficial sense, which meant she knew more about abandoned stations than most people on payroll, and had somehow converted that obsession into a small but stubborn online following. She was the reason we had gotten this far. She had the permit contact, the route, the keys borrowed from a friend of a friend who did maintenance documentation, and the confidence of a person who believed every locked door was just an argument waiting to happen. Test loop for what? She said. For safety announcements. In a sealed section. Maybe it shares wiring with an active platform. Daniel. What? She pointed her flashlight past the gate. I followed the beam. Beyond the chain link barrier, the corridor bent left, sloping down through old white tile stained tea brown at the grout. On the wall, half hidden beneath dust and a smear of black paint, someone had stenciled lower track access in block letters. Not graffiti, not new. The letters were official enough to make my stomach tighten. Beside me, Owen gave a little laugh that belonged in a bar, not in a tunnel. Owen Pike, 28, male from Bristol in the UK, was our camera operator for the night, although he preferred documentarian when he thought someone attractive might hear it. He had moved to Brooklyn 2 years earlier, developed an instant love for American diners, and maintained the British habit of sounding amused at everything until he was actually frightened. which point he went very quiet. His camera rig was balanced against his chest, red recording light blinking, making a tiny reflection in the wet floor. "Well," he said, "that's either very good production value or the city has a basement it forgot to tell anyone about." Maya smiled, but only with her mouth. We were beneath the old City Hall loop, not exactly in the famous ghost station tourists liked to whisper about, but close enough to make the location useful for her video series. The official job, the one I had agreed to because Maya had said easy money and 2 hours max, was to record atmospheric audio and shoot B-roll for a short piece about disused transit architecture. Nothing illegal, technically. Nothing dangerous, allegedly. We had entered through an approved access point with a retired station supervisor named Lou watching the surface door behind us. Lou hadn't come down. He had bad knees. He also had the relaxed fatalism of a man who had spent 40 years around trains and believed most trouble began with young people saying, "It'll be quick." At the top of the service stairs, he had handed Maya the ring of keys and said, "Don't go past the green door. Don't touch signal boxes. Don't step on rails. Don't make me explain you people to transit police." Maya had said, "We're only getting hallway shots." Lou had looked at me then. Not her, me. You hear a train, you get behind something solid. I had nodded like that was obvious, like the idea didn't hook itself under my ribs. My private flaw, if we're naming things honestly, was that I hated being trapped and hated admitting it more. Elevators, MRI machines, packed rush hour cars stalled between stations, anything that turned space into a sealed container made my thoughts start counting exits. I had learned to hide it with jokes, with careful breathing, with the professional focus of adjusting gain levels and checking battery meters. Maya knew some of it, not all. She knew I preferred stairs. She didn't know that when a train stopped between Queensboro Plaza and Lexington Avenue the previous winter, I had almost shoved an old man because he was standing between me and the door. So when the announcement played again, I looked for exits before I looked for explanations. Pop. Static. A breathy click. Downtown local train arriving on the lower platform. Please stand away from the platform edge. This time, the last word dragged, not electronically exactly, but like the speaker cone had torn and the sound had snagged on the way out. Edge. Owen tilted his camera toward the gate. "Please tell me you got that." I lifted the recorder. The levels were still moving, green bars flickering. "Yeah." Maya stepped closer to the chain link and gripped it with 2 fingers. The metal gave a dry rattle. This gate isn't on the 1978 maintenance map. Maybe because it was installed after 1978, I said. She ignored me, which was fair. Maya ignored things by filing them under later, and later had gotten us into several technically closed parts of the city over the past year. She had once talked a church custodian in Brooklyn into letting us film a sealed crypt because she noticed the brass hinge screws were modern. She had once convinced a security guard at the old Essex Market site that we were expected by someone named Alan, who may or may not have existed. She was brilliant in motion and terrifying when curious. She knelt, brushing dust from the bottom of the gate. "Padlock's new. It's also locked," I said. That feels like a message. Everything down here is locked. That one feels like it means it. Owen lowered the camera enough to glance at me. You all right, mate? Fine. The word was too fast. He noticed. Of course he noticed. Audio people listen for breath. Camera people watch hands. Mine were wrapped around the recorder tight enough to ache. From somewhere above, a train rolled through the active line, steel wheels screaming briefly against a curve. The sound came through layers of concrete and old construction, softened but huge, a metal animal turning in its sleep. Dust ticked down from a pipe overhead. Water dripped at steady intervals from a joint in the ceiling into a shallow puddle, each drop making a precise little tap. Tap, tap, tap. Then the corridor beyond the gate clicked with a different sound. Lights, not all at once. One fixture blinked on, far down the sloped passage. Then another. Then another. Old fluorescent tubes warming reluctantly, each one making a faint insect hum. They lit the tiled walls in sections, a sickly pale green that gave the stains texture. The darkness retreated just enough to show that the corridor kept going farther than my flashlight had reached. Owen whispered, "That's new." Maya stood slowly. My recorder picked up the hum. I watched the levels swell with it. "Maya," I said, "that was not us." "I know. Good, great, we agree. So we go tell Lou the haunted hallway has electricity." She turned toward me. "No ghosts." "I didn't say ghosts. You said haunted." I said it as a figure of speech while standing in a locked underground tunnel that just turned itself on. Owen gave another small laugh, but it didn't land. Maya looked back down the corridor, and I could see the calculations moving behind her eyes. She wasn't reckless in the way people think curious people are reckless. She noticed hazards. She tested floors. She carried backup batteries, paper maps in plastic sleeves, a first aid pouch, and 3 different kinds of flashlight. But she had a weakness for hidden infrastructure, for sealed spaces that suggested the city had kept secrets from its own records. I think part of her believed every forgotten thing deserved a witness. "We're not going through," she said. I relaxed half an inch. Then she added, "We're documenting the gate and the announcement from this side. That's not as comforting as you think." She was already pulling her phone out to photograph the lock. The 4th person in our little crew had been quiet long enough that I had almost forgotten how close he was. Ryan Keller, 26, male from Jersey City, was Maya's production assistant and former student. A narrow-shouldered guy with a soft voice, anxious politeness, and a backpack full of gaffer tape, granola bars, and spare SD cards. He had come because he needed field credits for his portfolio, and because Maya had a way of making unpaid labor feel like membership in a secret club. He stood near the stairwell behind us, looking back the way we came every few seconds. "Should I text Lou?" Ryan asked. Maya didn't turn. No signal. "I have 1 bar. Then yes," I said. "Text Lou. Text the mayor. Text Spider-Man." Ryan gave me a quick, grateful smile, then started typing. The announcement system popped again. This time, we all stopped moving before the voice began. "Attention passengers. The next downtown local train will arrive in approximately 2 minutes. A tone followed, not the modern chime used in stations now, but something older and harsher. 2 notes that scraped against each other. Maya's face changed. Not fear, recognition. "What?" I said. "That's not the standard announcement package. You know the voice?" "No, the phrasing." "Approximately 2 minutes. They phased that out on most lines ages ago." "Could be archived audio," Owen said, camera raised again. His professional instincts had taken over. Fear made his footage better if his hands stayed steady. "Someone could be running it for us." "Who?" I asked. Nobody answered. Ryan held up his phone. "Text won't send." "Move closer to the stairs," I said. I was closer before. It had 1 bar, and then his phone made a soft chirp. We all looked at it. Ryan frowned. "That's not my text." "What is it?" Maya asked. He turned the screen toward us. A notification banner sat there, white against black. "Unknown accessory connected. Platform audio node B7. For a second, none of us spoke. Then Owen said, "Phones can connect to subway speakers now." "No," Maya said. Ryan's thumb hovered over the screen. "It says Bluetooth." "That's not funny," I said. "I didn't do anything." "I know you didn't." The corridor lights hummed louder. Or maybe I had become more aware of them. My headlamp suddenly felt too tight, the elastic pressing into the skin above my ears. I reached up to adjust it and realized my hand was damp. Maya stepped back from the gate. Finally, "Okay," she said. "We go up. We call Lou. We ask if there's active equipment behind this." The relief came so quickly I almost felt embarrassed by it. "Excellent plan," I said. "Smart, adult, love it." Owen kept filming as we turned toward the stairs. The service corridor back to the active access area was only 40 yards, but it had changed in the way underground spaces change when you stop trusting them. The tile walls seemed closer. The air smelled sharper mineral damp mixed with old brake dust and something faintly oily. Our footsteps made small slapping sounds where the floor had sweated moisture. Halfway back, Ryan stopped. "Do you hear that?" "No," I said, because I didn't want to. But then I did. Not an announcement, a vibration. It moved through the soles of my shoes first, a low tremor under the concrete. Not huge, not even strong enough to rattle the pipes. More like standing beside a refrigerator compressor when it kicks on. A train somewhere nearby, maybe. The subway was full of transmitted sound. A train on one line could make a dead corridor buzz like a tuning fork. I knew that. I had recorded that. Still, the vibration had rhythm. 3 pulses. A pause. 3 pulses again. Maya turned back toward the locked gate. The sloped passage beyond it glowed faintly green. From that direction came a sound like distant air being pushed ahead of something large. Owen lowered the camera. "No," I said. Maya didn't move. "Maya," I said again, sharper now. She looked at me, and for the first time that night, I saw doubt cut through her curiosity. Then Lou's voice crackled from somewhere above. Not from our radios. We didn't have radios. From the speaker behind the locked gate. It was distorted, thin, but it was Lou. "Don't go down there," Ryan whispered. "How does it have his voice?" The speaker popped. Lou again, or something assembled close enough to make my skin prickle. "Daniel, bring them back," my name chewed through static. I took 1 step backward and hit Owen's camera rig with my elbow. "Okay," I said. "We're leaving now." Maya Maya grabbed Ryan's sleeve and started moving, not running, but close. We hurried toward the stairwell door at the end of the corridor, the one that led up to Lou. Light, street noise, wet pavement, ordinary rats, ordinary drunks, ordinary city trouble. Maya reached it first and pushed the crash bar. It didn't open. She pushed again. Metal clicked inside the frame, but the door held. "That's not possible," she said. "Try the key," I said. "I didn't lock it. Try the key." She fumbled the ring from her belt. Too many keys. Old brass, new silver, tags worn blank. Her flashlight beam jerked across the door, the wall, Ryan's shoes, my hands. Behind us, the announcement played again. Downtown local train arriving on the lower platform. Please stand away from the platform edge. This time, beneath the voice, there was another sound. A train horn, not close, not yet, but below us. Maya found the key, shoved it into the lock, and twisted. Nothing. "Wrong one," Owen said. "I know." The vibration in the floor strengthened. Dust trembled in the seam where wall met ceiling. The puddle beside my boot shivered in tiny rings. Ryan was breathing too fast. I knew that sound. I hated that I knew it. "Look at me," I told him. He did barely. "You're okay. Slow inhale, 4 count." "I can't." "You can." In. Maya tried another key. It stuck halfway. "Don't force it," Owen said. "I'm not forcing it. You are a bit." "Then do you want to try?" Their voices climbed over each other. Above us, something heavy clanged. A pipe. A door, Lou trying the other side. I shouted his name up the stairwell shaft, but the sound went nowhere useful. It bounced back small and stupid. "Lou," no answer. Then Ryan's phone chirped again. He looked down before any of us could stop him. The notification had changed. Platform audio node B7, passenger detected. Under that, a second line appeared. Route active. Proceed to lower platform. Maya stopped working the lock. Owen said, very softly, "That's not a normal Bluetooth device." "No kidding," I snapped. Maya turned toward the locked gate at the far end of the corridor. Her face had gone pale under the grime, but her voice was steady in that deliberate way people use when they're trying not to spread panic. "There may be another service exit past that gate." "No," I said immediately. We passed a locked door on the left side of the slope. You saw it. I saw a door behind the gate that just called me by name. "Daniel." "No." The train sound deepened. The horn did not repeat, but now there was the unmistakable metallic build of wheels on rail, far below, but rising through the structure. It might have been an active train echoing through old tunnels. It might have been a maintenance vehicle. It might have been sound piped through bad speakers to scare trespassers. All reasonable, all explainable. And yet the door to the stairs would not open. Maya looked at the key ring in her hand, then at me. "We can keep trying this door," she said, "or we can check the service exit beyond the gate. The gate is locked." She held up a small silver key she had not tried yet. "Maybe not to everything." Owen shifted his camera strap higher on his shoulder. "I vote for the option that doesn't involve standing here while whatever that is gets louder." Ryan swallowed. His phone screen lit his chin from below. My battery just dropped from 62 to 9. The overhead lights flickered once. Not off. Just dim enough to show us how dark it wanted to be. The announcement came one more time, softer now, almost polite. "Passengers for the downtown local, please Please proceed." Maya looked at me, waiting. The stairwell door stayed shut behind us. The green-lit corridor waited ahead, and for a few seconds, all I could hear was the drip of water, the buzz of old tubes, and my own recorder still running, catching every bit of it like proof anyone would believe later. Maya got the gate open on the third key. That should have made me feel better. It did the opposite. Locks are comforting when they stay locked. A locked gate says there's a rule here, and even if you do know who wrote it, at least the rule is holding. When the padlock clicked and dropped warm into Maya's palm, the whole corridor seemed to lean forward, like it had been waiting for us to become stupid enough to accept the invitation. "Only to the service door," Maya said. She said it to me, but also to herself. "No platform," I said. "No platform." Owen lifted his camera again, because that was how he dealt with fear. Put a frame around it. Make the terrible thing fit inside a rectangle. Ryan stayed close to the stairwell door, one hand still on the crash bar. "We should keep trying this." "We did," Maya said. "It's jammed or locked from the other side. Then Lou can open it." If Lou could open it, he'd have answered Daniel yelling his name. Ryan's mouth pinched shut, looked younger under the emergency green glow, like somebody's brother who had agreed to help move a couch and ended up in the basement of a condemned building. The announcement system popped. I flinched before it spoke. I hated that the others saw it. Downtown local train arriving in approximately 1 minute. The voice was calm enough to be obscene. Maya pushed the gate inward. The hinges resisted at first, then gave with a gritty metal cry that traveled down the corridor ahead of us. It sounded too loud. Everything down there sounded either too loud or too close. The air changed the moment we stepped through. It was cooler, heavy with wet dust, old grease, and the sour smell of standing water somewhere out of sight. I checked my recorder out of habit. Still running. Battery, 71%, plenty. That detail grounded me for half a second. Numbers were friendly. Numbers had edges. "Daniel," Owen said. "What? You're breathing into the mic." I lowered it from my chest. "Right, sorry." Maya glanced back. Not unkindly. That made it worse. We moved in single file. Maya first with the keys and flashlight. Owen behind her filming over one shoulder. Ryan in the middle with his phone raised even though it had no service. And me last, because I couldn't stand not knowing what was behind us. My headlamp showed the backs of their jackets, the wet footprints we were making, and the chain link gate now hanging open. 40 feet down, the sloped corridor widened slightly, and the tiles changed from glossy white to older cream-colored rectangles. Some were missing. Where they had fallen away, the wall underneath was black with moisture. Pipes ran along the ceiling, wrapped in flaking insulation, and every few yards there were rusted brackets where signs had been removed. Maya stopped at a steel door on the left. "There," she said. "Service exit." The door had no window, just a lever handle, a round deadbolt, and a small rectangular sign so scratched up it was almost unreadable. Maya wiped it with her sleeve. "Authorized personnel only fan room/emergency egress." Owen breathed out. "Emergency egress sounds promising." "Fan rooms sometimes connect to ventilation shafts," Maya said. "Could lead to another stair." "Could," Ryan said. "It's better than this corridor." She tried the handle, locked. Of course. Maya selected another key. It didn't fit. Another. Fit but wouldn't turn. Another. Behind us, the gate gave a soft tick. I turned. What? Owen asked. The gate. What about it? It moved. None of them liked that. We all looked back together. The open gate was still open. The padlock hung from Maya's hand. Nothing stood in the corridor behind us except our shadows and the milky glow of old lights. Then the gate drifted inward an inch. Not slammed. Not pulled by an invisible hand. Just moved. A draft, maybe. Pressure from passing trains. The whole system was a lung. Trains pushed air through tunnels all the time, hard enough to lift newspapers and slap gum wrappers against ankles. I knew that. Still, I stepped toward it. Leave it, Maya said. I don't like it open behind us. Daniel, if that thing shuts, we're on the wrong side of another locked door. She held up the padlock. It can't lock itself. Doors don't need locks to trap people. That landed harder than I meant it to. Maya's expression softened, just for a second. Ryan said, "Can we not talk about being trapped?" The announcement system crackled overhead. There were no visible speakers now, but the voice seemed to come from the wall itself. "Please stand clear of the closing doors." Owen muttered, "Brilliant." Then we heard it. A real sound this time, not a train horn from deep below. Not speaker static, a clank from somewhere ahead. Maya's hand froze on the keys. Another clank followed, then a low grinding thump. Mechanical, heavy. Something engaging in the dark beyond the bend at the bottom of the slope. The fluorescent lights flickered again, and for one short blink, everything went gray. Ryan whispered, "Maya, I'm trying." The key turned halfway, stuck, and Maya swore under her breath. "Don't break it," Owen said. "I am aware." "Because if it snaps," I said, "I'm aware, Owen." That was the first time she sounded scared. The floor tremor came back stronger now, crawling up through my ankles. Loose grit danced near a missing tile. I looked down and saw the puddle at my feet twitching in rings again. "Maya, time," I said. "I know. No, I mean actually time. If something S moving on that track, we're not on the track. We don't know where the track is." She looked at me then. "Exactly why I'm opening the egress door." Ryan's phone chirped. He made a broken little sound, half groan, half laugh. No. "What now?" Maya asked. He turned the screen around. A plain notification filled the display. Scheduled arrival. 11:52 p.m. lower platform B. Local service crew clearance required before movement below that. A progress bar crawled from left to right. 8 minutes. "Is that an app?" Owen asked. "I don't have an MTA app," Ryan said. "It looks like some internal web interface." I didn't open anything. "Give it here," Maya said. Ryan hesitated, then handed her the phone. His hand was shaking badly enough that the screen blurred in the light. Maya stared at it. "It's connected to that node." "Turn off Bluetooth," I said. Ryan grabbed the phone back and swiped. I tried. It won't let me. Airplane mode. "It won't wait," he tapped again. "It says restricted by accessory." "That's not a thing," Owen said. "It's saying it." Maya leaned in. "Is there a disconnect option?" "Yes." "Press it." Ryan did. The phone screen went black. Then it rebooted. For a second, the Apple logo glowed innocent and familiar. Then the notification came back before the lock screen fully loaded. Passenger manifest incomplete. Ryan stared at it like it had insulted him personally. Passenger manifest could be some maintenance training interface, Maya said, but there was no conviction in it. Then, why does it think I'm a passenger? Because your phone connected. Why did it connect? No one answered. The grinding sound ahead grew louder. It was not continuous. It came in stages. Hum, clank, roll, stop. Hum, clank, roll, stop. Like a gate being raised or a set of old relays throwing one after another. Then the corridor lights behind us shut off. Just behind us. Not where we stood. Not ahead. The fixtures past the chain link gate died in sequence, one by one, retreating toward the stairwell. White, green, black. White, green, black. White, green, black. The darkness came down the slope after us with patient little clicks. Ryan lunged toward the open gate. I caught his backpack strap before I meant to. Wait, he twisted. Let go. Ryan, stop. We have to go back. The lights are going out back there. That means we go before they're out. He yanked hard enough that my fingers slipped, and for a second I saw exactly what would happen. He would run. The gate would swing. The floor would be wet. He'd hit the chain link or trip on the threshold and crack his teeth on the concrete. Panic made people stupid in ways that looked like choices. I grabbed him again, this time by the shoulder. He shoved me. Not hard, not intentionally violent, but hard enough that I stepped backward into the wall and my recorder banged against tile. Don't touch me, he snapped. I lifted both hands. Maya stepped between us. Ryan, listen to me. He looked past her at the darkening corridor. Ryan, she said again, softer. We need you with us, not ahead of us, not alone. He swallowed. The anger drained out and left embarrassment behind. I'm sorry. I know, she said. The last light beyond the gate clicked off. Now there was no visible way back except our headlamps and flashlights cutting through floating dust. Maya turned to the egress door, jaw tight. Enough. She shoved the half-turned key again. This time, the lock gave. The door opened 6 inches and stopped with a hard metallic thunk. Chain, she said. Of course there was a chain. Owen squeezed in beside her with his camera light. A heavy safety chain had been looped through the inside handle and around a pipe bracket mounted to the wall beyond. Someone had secured the door from the other side. Can we cut it? Ryan asked. With what? I said. Maya dropped to one knee and peered through the gap. It's not thick, more like a utility chain. Owen reached into his gear pouch. I've got a multi-tool. You brought a multi-tool? I asked. I'm British, not helpless. He unfolded pliers that looked completely inadequate for the job and began worrying at one of the links through the narrow opening. The metal scraped. The chain clinked against the door. The announcement system chimed. The progress bar on Ryan's phone had reached 6 minutes. Attention passengers, the voice said. Lower platform B is now active. Unauthorized personnel must clear the trackway. Maya looked up sharply. Trackway, I said. We're not in the trackway, she said. You keep saying that. Because we're in a service corridor. But the system doesn't think so. That system is wrong. Great. The system that controls lights and locks, and apparently Ryan's phone is wrong. Very comforting. She stood too fast. What do you want me to say? I want you to say we turn around and force the stair door. With what? Your microphone. The words snapped between us and hung there. Owen kept working at the chain, quieter now. Maya rubbed her forehead with the back of her wrist. I'm sorry. No, I said, you're right. I didn't bring a crowbar. I brought wind screens. A tiny smile flickered across her face and vanished. The tremor changed. Before, it had been under us. Now it was beside us too, humming through the wall to our right. Not loud, not yet. The tile vibrated against my shoulder. Somewhere below or beyond that wall, machinery had woken fully. Ryan backed away from it. There's something on the other side. Probably an active relay room, Maya said. Probably. Maya, Owen said without looking up. Maybe stop saying probably. She shut her mouth. I put my ear near the wall before I could talk myself out of it. The tile was cold. Beneath the hum, I heard a sound like water moving fast through a pipe. Then metal tapping metal. Then, faintly, voices. Real voices. Not the announcement. Men, maybe two of them, somewhere through the wall or down another tunnel. Too muffled to make out words. I stepped back. There are people. What? Maya asked. Voices. Owen stopped cutting. Where? I pointed. Maya pressed her ear to the wall. Her expression sharpened. Then the voices stopped. A second later, something struck the other side of the wall. Once. Hard. Ryan yelped. Dust burst from a cracked grout seam and drifted down Maya's hair. Owen said, nope. Another impact followed farther down the corridor, like someone hitting metal with a hammer. Then another, not random. Moving toward us. Maintenance crew, Ryan asked. Maybe, Maya said. Why wouldn't they answer? But he answered because we all knew the possibilities, and none of them helped. Maybe they couldn't hear us. Maybe they were on the other side of a thick wall. Maybe they were the reason the door had been chained. Maybe the announcements were meant for them. Maybe we had walked into a live work zone that had been sealed for a reason. Maya shouted, hello. We're in the service corridor. We need help. Her voice slapped off the tile and died. For 3 seconds, nothing. Then from the wall, muffled but close, someone shouted back. Not words, a warning sound. Urgent, male. A barked syllable swallowed by concrete. Owen's pliers slipped and skinned his knuckle. Damn it. Blood welled up instantly, bright in the flashlight beam. Maya grabbed his wrist. You okay? It's nothing. It's bleeding. It's my hand, not an artery. Ryan stared at the blood like it had confirmed something final. I took Owen's place and wedged my flashlight under my chin so I could see the chain through the gap. The multi-tool was slick where his hand had bled on it. I gripped it anyway. The link had a notch now, shallow but real. Hold the door steady, I said. Maya braced her shoulder against it. Owen wrapped his injured hand in a bandana and used the other to pull the chain taut through the gap. Daniel, Maya said quietly, you don't have to. I need to do something. She understood that. Better than I wanted her to. I squeezed the pliers until my hand hurt. Metal bit metal with a tiny, useless squeal. Behind us, Ryan's phone chimed again. 4 minutes. Passenger manifest incomplete, he read, voice trembling. Manual verification required at platform kiosk. Don't read it, Owen said. It says proceed to platform kiosk. Ryan, it says failure to verify may result in automatic dispatch. Automatic dispatch. That phrase pushed the air out of the corridor. Maya stopped bracing the door for one dangerous second. What? Ryan handed her the phone. She read it. Her lips moved once silently. What does that mean? Owen asked. In automated yards, systems can move equipment if track occupancy is cleared, she said. Is this a yard? I asked. No. Is there automated equipment down here? There shouldn't be. Stop saying that, Ryan whispered. The floor jolted. Not a tremor, a jolt. Somewhere ahead, something heavy dropped into place, with a boom that traveled through the walls and up my spine. A mechanical alarm began to sound below us. 3 short buzzes. Pause. 3 short buzzes. It matched the vibration pattern from earlier. Then, from far down the sloped corridor beyond the service door, a red light began flashing around the bend. We couldn't see its source, only the color blooming against the tile in pulses. Red, dark, red, dark, Owen said. That feels like our cue. I'm cutting, I said, though I was. I was making a scar on a chain while time crawled down Ryan's phone screen. Maya grabbed the key ring and looked toward the bend. What are you doing? I asked. There may be a cutoff panel near the platform entrance. No. If we can kill power to the local node, maybe the door releases, announcements stop, dispatch cancels. No, Maya, she pointed at the egress door. That chain is not breaking in 4 minutes. It might. It won't. The honesty was brutal. I wanted to hate her for it. Instead, I looked at the link and saw she was right. We had scratched it, maybe bent it. Not enough. Ryan's breathing sped up again. So we go to the kiosk. The phone says verify. It could be bait, Owen said. It's a machine, Maya said. Machines can bait you if someone designed them to. The voices behind the wall started again, closer now, overlapping with the alarm. One of them shouted something that almost became a word. Clear, or here, or gear. I couldn't tell. The red light kept pulsing. 3 minutes. The announcement voice returned, but this time it played from ahead of us and behind us at once, slightly out of sync, as if 2 speakers were arguing over the same script. Passengers must proceed to lower platform B for manual verification. A second voice followed underneath it. Not Lou. Mail, live, or recorded badly. Do not enter the track area. Maya looked at me. That was the choice then. Stay and keep working at a chain door we couldn't open before whatever automatic dispatch meant reached 0. Go back toward a dark stairwell with a door that wouldn't budge. Or follow the corridor toward the red light, toward a platform we had been told did not exist, because some internal system thought we were supposed to prove we weren't on the tracks. My chest tightened until the edges of my vision sharpened. This was the thing I hated most. Not darkness, not rats, not even trains. It was the narrowing of options. The sense that every door in the world had quietly agreed to become a wall. Maya saw it on my face. Daniel, she said, low enough the others wouldn't hear. Stay with me. Stay with me, not the fear. I almost laughed because it sounded like something from a therapy pamphlet, and because it worked just enough to embarrass me. Ryan's phone chirped. 2 minutes. Then all the lights went out. For 1 second, the only illumination came from the red flash around the bend and the white glow of Ryan's phone. Then our headlamps and camera lights became the world. In the dark behind us, the chain link gates slammed shut. Hard. The sound cracked down the corridor, metal on metal, and Ryan cried out. I swung my light back. The gate was closed. Beyond it, in the dead corridor leading to the stairwell, something sparked blue near the wall. A control box I hadn't noticed before buzzed and smoked. The smell reached us almost immediately. Hot plastic, electrical insulation cooking itself. Maya took 2 steps toward it, then stopped. A thin gray ribbon of smoke curled from the box and crawled along the ceiling. "That's bad," Owen said. The fire alarm did not sound. Maybe there wasn't one down here. Maybe it had been disconnected years ago. Maybe it was tied to whatever broken system had decided we were passengers. Smoke thickened near the route back. The concrete corridor ahead pulsed red. Ryan's phone displayed 1 minute 45 seconds. Maya covered her mouth with her sleeve. "We can't go back through smoke if that box catches." "We can crawl," Ryan said. "And if the gate's magnet locked, it wasn't before." "It is now," I said. I could hear it, faint but definite. An electric hum from the gate latch. The egress door remained open 6 inches, chained from within, useless as a promise. Another boom came from below, followed by the long, rising squeal of metal wheels beginning to move. Not fast, moving. Maya turned toward the red-lit bend. "We go forward," she said. "No track," I said. "No track unless there's no other choice." "That is not a plan. It's the only one with air." Smoke licked thicker behind the gate. Ryan coughed once, harsh and surprised. The announcement system chimed, sweet as an elevator. "Lower platform B departure sequence initiated." Maya started down the slope. Owen followed, camera light shaking now. Ryan looked at me, eyes wet, waiting for permission I had no right to give. I put the recorder in my jacket pocket, wrapped my hand around the strap so it wouldn't swing, and forced my feet to move toward the red light. Behind us, the smoking control box popped again. Ahead of us, something huge and mechanical groaned in the dark, and the floor began to pull every sound we made down toward it. The corridor bent left and opened into a place that should have been impossible to miss on any map. Lower platform B was not grand. That made it worse. It wasn't one of those elegant abandoned stations with arched ceilings and decorative tilework, the kind Maya loved because decay had made it photogenic. This was narrow and low, built like an afterthought. A single island platform ran between 2 track beds, though only the right side track had rails. The left side was a concrete trench half filled with black water, orange cones, broken cable sheathing, and a collapsed warning sign lying face down like a drowned animal. The platform itself was maybe 200 feet long. At the near end, where we entered, a short flight of 6 steps led down from the service corridor to platform level. To our immediate left was the chained fan room door from the other side, which meant the egress we had tried to open was now 10 feet away and still useless. The chain looped around its handle, and a pipe bracket with ugly, deliberate care. Straight ahead, the platform stretched into dimness, red emergency lights pulsing along the ceiling ribs. On the right, beyond a yellow tactile strip, the rail line curved away into a tunnel mouth marked with old black and white tile letters. Be Local South. At the far end of the platform, I could see a small booth or kiosk, more like a maintenance cabinet with a scratched plastic window. Beside it, Another stairwell climbed up and disappeared behind a gray fire door. "Exit," Ryan said immediately. His voice cracked on the word. "Maybe," Maya said. "That's a stairwell." "Maybe." "Stop saying maybe." She didn't answer. She was looking at the rail bed. The sound of moving equipment came from the right side tunnel, the B local south mouth. Not a full train. Not yet. More like something heavy being dragged slowly into alignment, far out of sight. The rail tops shone wetly in our lights. Between them, old trash stirred in the draft. A coffee lid, a strip of silver insulation, a dead leaf that had no business being 3 stories underground. The announcement voice followed us onto the platform. "Manual verification required. Please proceed to the platform kiosk." The kiosk at the far end blinked awake. One blue light. "Okay," Owen said, breathing hard. "We've been requested by the murder cabinet." "It's a maintenance terminal," Maya said. "You've seen one before." "No." That answer lacks comfort. Behind us, smoke was already creeping down from the service corridor. It pooled under the ceiling first, thin and gray, then folded itself through the stair opening like a slow hand. "We move," I said. Maya looked at me. "You okay?" "No, but I'm moving." That was apparently enough. We stayed away from the platform edge and walked in a tight cluster toward the kiosk. The floor was slick in patches. My shoes made little adhesive sounds where grime had softened. Every few steps, the platform dipped slightly toward the track, and my body kept overcorrecting, shoulder pulling left, away from the rails. I could feel the open track beside me like heat. Halfway down, Owen stopped so suddenly Ryan bumped into him. "What?" Maya whispered. Owen aimed the camera light at the opposite wall across the track. There were marks there. At first, I thought graffiti. Then I saw they were handprints. Dozens of them, smeared in black dust at chest height along the tile, some overlapping, some dragged downward as if people had braced themselves while moving in the dark. Beneath them, written in marker on an old service panel, were 3 words. "Do not verify." Ryan made a sound like he'd swallowed wrong. "That's staged," Owen said, but not like he believed it. Maya stepped closer to the edge. I grabbed the back of her vest. She froze. "Sorry," I said, but no, she didn't pull away. "I just need to read the panel. You can read it from here." The moving sound in the tunnel paused. For 1 second, the platform held still except for the red lights. Then a shape dropped from the ceiling near the kiosk. Ryan screamed. Owen jerked backward into me. Maya's flashlight whipped up so fast the beam strobed across the wall. I saw pale limbs, a swinging body, something hanging by the neck. Then it turned. Not a body. A transit worker's reflective rain jacket, stiff with dust, hanging from a loose cable. The sleeves dangled wrong in the draft, gloved ends tied together with a strip of caution tape. The plastic hood had collapsed inward, making a face shaped hollow. Ryan bent over, hands on his knees, gasping. "Jacket," Owen said. His voice had gone flat. "It's a jacket." Maya crossed to Ryan and put a hand between his shoulder blades. "Breathe." "Don't," he said, not meanly. "Please don't touch me right now." She withdrew her hand. The explanation did not make it harmless. Someone had hung that jacket there. Maybe workers, maybe vandals, maybe people trying to warn off idiots like us. But my brain had already seen a body, and it did not fully take the image back. we reached the kiosk. The plastic window was scratched opaque, except for a small rectangular display glowing behind it. Under the window was a keypad, a card reader, and a red emergency stop mushroom button protected by a cracked plastic cover. Someone had taped a laminated sheet beside it, but the corners had curled and the ink had run in vertical streaks. Maya wiped grime away with her sleeve. Manual verification procedure, she read. Step 1, identify crew clearance. Step 2, confirm platform empty. Step 3, reset dispatch hold. Great, Owen said. Reset the hold. It wants a card. Use the keys. Keys aren't cards. Ryan lifted his phone. It says 40 seconds. The progress bar was almost full. Maya pressed the emergency stop cover open and slammed the red button. Nothing happened. She pressed again. The display flashed. Local e-stop offline contact signal control offline, I said. Maya's face tightened. It's not connected to the current system. Then, why is everything else working? Legacy power, local controller, some kind of isolated loop. Can an isolated loop move a train? She didn't answer fast enough. Owen leaned in to film the display. Maybe not a train, could be a work cart, right? Maya nodded quickly. Could be, could still kill us, I said. Yes, she said. There it was, finally. No maybe. The countdown hit 0. A harsh buzzer sounded under the platform. All 4 of us flinched. The display changed. Dispatch hold failed, track occupancy unclear, visual confirmation required. Then, from the tunnel to our right, a white light appeared. Small, round, low to the rails. Not a train headlight, not huge enough, but moving. Ryan whispered, "It's coming." Maya looked at the kiosk display, then at the track, then at the stairwell at the far end. We go up. That was attempt 1, the kiosk. It had revealed the worst possible thing in the calmest possible language. The system did not know whether the platform or track was clear. The local emergency stop didn't work, and something on the rail was moving anyway. We ran for the far stairwell, not beautifully, not like movie people. Maya slipped once and caught herself on the kiosk. Owen's injured hand had started bleeding through the bandana, and he kept it clamped against his chest while the camera bounced on its strap. Ryan sobbed once without seeming to notice. My lungs felt too small. The air tasted metallic now, smoke and old electricity mixing with the tunnel draft. The stairwell door at the far end had a panic bar and a faded sign, to Nassau Service Mezzanine. "Please," Ryan said, and hit the bar with both hands. It opened, just an inch, then hit something solid. "No," he said. "No, no," Maya shoved beside him. Owen put his shoulder into it. I added my weight, and the door moved another inch with a grinding scrape. Through the gap, my light showed concrete. Not a lock. A wall of rubble. The stairwell beyond had partially collapsed. Broken concrete filled the landing chest high, tangled with rebar and old conduit. Cold air moved through gaps somewhere above, but not enough for a person. A crushed metal sign stuck out of the debris at an angle. Water dripped steadily from above, pattering onto stone. Attempt 2, the exit. It existed, technically. The kind of fact a map could tell the truth about while still getting you killed. Ryan kicked the door. "There's a stair." "Collapsed," Maya said. "We can climb." "No, we can't. We can move pieces. With our hands, Owen snapped, while the little death trolley arrives. It's not a trolley, Ryan shouted. The white light in the tunnel had grown brighter. The sound came with it now, steel wheels squealing softly, motor humming, something loose clattering underneath at each joint in the rail. Maya grabbed the door and pulled it shut again. Back to the fan room, she said. Other side of the chain. We can unhook it from here. For 1 second, hope came so hard it hurt. Of course, the chained egress door. We were now on the side where the chain had been wrapped. We could open it, go back into the service corridor, maybe past the smoke if it hadn't worsened, maybe back to the first gate, maybe we turned. The entire near end of the platform was hazy now. Smoke had dropped lower, rolling down the steps from the corridor and spreading across the ceiling above the fan room door. Red lights made it look thicker than it was, or maybe it was thicker than I wanted to admit. The electrical smell had sharpened into something bitter that scratched my throat. We ran back along the platform, staying close to the center line, away from the track edge. The moving light in the tunnel brightened behind us. I refused to look at it too long. Looking would make it real. Hearing was bad enough. At the fan room door, Maya yanked at the chain. It didn't move. She stared. What? I asked. It's padlocked. Oh, it was looped. It's padlocked now. Owen shoved his light into the gap. The chain that had trapped the door was secured with a small brass padlock threaded through 2 links. Maya's face went blank. That wasn't there before, Ryan said. It had to be, Owen said. It was. It was dark. We didn't see. It wasn't there, Ryan said again, voice rising. Maya fumbled for the key ring. Try the same key, I said. I am. The key that had opened the first gate didn't fit. Neither did the next 2. Her hands were shaking badly now, and the keys jingled bright and ridiculous in the smoke. The announcement voice came from the platform speakers, distorted by the haze. Please stand away from the platform edge. The white light from the tunnel swept across the wall behind us. I turned despite myself. A small maintenance rail cart rolled out of the curve. Not a train. Owen had been right. It was yellow once, now mostly grime, with a flat front, a cage-like operator compartment, and a single headlamp mounted low. No driver. It moved slowly but steadily, maybe walking speed, pushing a draft of stale tunnel air ahead of it. On its front bumper, something had been tied with orange webbing, a bundle of old cable or a tarp, or no, a sack. It bumped against the rail joints with each clack, clack, clack. The terrifying part was not that it was fast. It was that it did not care about us. It had been told to move, so it moved. Daniel, Maya shouted. I turned back. She had dropped the keys. They hit the floor and skidded toward the yellow tactile strip. For half a second, none of us moved. Then Ryan lunged. I caught him by the back of his shirt again, harder this time. He spun on me, furious. They're right there, not you. I can get them. The rail cart clattered closer. Owen swore, dropped to his stomach, and stretched out with his good hand. His fingers brushed the key ring, pushed it farther away, then hooked the metal tag. The headlamp from the cart washed over him, making his face look flat and white. Move, Maya yelled. Owen dragged the keys back and rolled away from the edge just as the cart passed. It wasn't close enough to hit him. That was the maddening thing. He probably had 2 feet, maybe 3, but from where I stood, it looked like the machine shaved the air off his shoes. The cart went by with a hot motor smell and a mechanical rattle that filled the platform. The sack tied to the front bumper brushed the platform edge and left a wet-looking smear of black grime. As it passed, I saw stenciled letters on its side beneath the dirt. MTA training/EVAC drill unit, not a ghost train, not some impossible arrival. A training cart, a piece of old emergency equipment, probably meant to simulate movement on a dead section of track. Somehow powered, somehow dispatched, somehow still following instructions nobody had meant to leave alive. Then I saw the rear coupling. A second cart was attached behind it, and behind that, a low flatbed loaded with metal crates. The whole assembly stretched longer than expected and groaned under the weight. One of the crates had shifted sideways, leaning toward the platform. As it passed, the crate scraped the platform edge with a shriek and showered sparks. Maya pulled Owen back by his vest. The keys were in his hand. "Got them," he said stupidly. Then the leaning crate clipped the corner of the kiosk. The impact cracked like a gunshot. Plastic exploded. The blue display went dark. The rail cart assembly jerked, but kept moving into the leftward curve beyond the platform, dragging pieces of kiosk housing with it. Cables tore free from the floor and snapped across the tile like whips. One struck Ryan's ankle. He went down. "Ryan," he screamed, a high, thin sound that lasted 1 second and then stopped because he bit it off. I dropped beside him. The cable hadn't cut deep, but it had wrapped around his ankle and burned a red-black line into the skin above his sock. Blood started in little beads. His shoe smoked faintly where hot insulation had touched it. "I'm okay," he said immediately, which meant he was. Maya crouched over the padlock, trying keys with frantic precision. Owen aimed his camera light while holding his bleeding hand tight against his ribs. The cart disappeared into the far curve. The platform shook less. The sound faded. For 5 seconds, the only noises were Ryan's breathing, Maya's keys, and my own cough turning wet in my throat. Then the speakers chirped again. The voice was damaged now, broken by the kiosk strike. "Verification terminal offline. Proceed to secondary verification point." Owen laughed once, a sharp, ugly bark. "Oh, piss off." Maya found a key that entered the padlock. It turned. The lock opened. She ripped the chain free and yanked the fan room door. Smoke pushed through from the service corridor side. A lot of it. The sparking control box near the gate must have worsened. Black smoke had filled the corridor beyond knee height and was crawling lower. It boiled across the ceiling, thickest toward the route back to the stairwell, and orange light flickered faintly where the gate was. Fire. Small, maybe. Electrical. In a confined underground passage, small was enough. Attempt 3, the fan room route. It opened, and in doing so told us it was no longer safe. Maya slammed the door again, coughing. "Can we get low?" Ryan asked. "Not with his ankle in Owen's hand," I said. Owen looked offended. "My hand works. It's bleeding through the bandana. Still attached." Maya pressed her forehead to the metal door for half a second. There might be ventilation controls inside the fan room. Inside the smoky death room. Owen asked. Behind the door, not down the corridor. If we can get inside and shut the corridor door behind us. It opens into the smoke, I said. No, the fan room is on the other side of the egress door. The smoky corridor is beyond that. The room may branch off. You don't know. I know we can't stay here. She was right again, and I hated that too. A low grinding began from the tunnel where the cart had gone. Not fading now, returning. Ryan's phone lit up on the floor beside him. The screen was cracked from his fall, but the message was readable. Secondary verification. Track crossover access door release after trainset clears platform trainset, Ryan said. Maya went very still. Owen looked at the tunnel. The cart's coming back. No, Maya said. From the opposite direction, the tunnel at the near end, the one partly hidden by smoke and red light, came another white glow. A second vehicle, or the same loop returning from the other side. It didn't matter. The platform was about to have moving equipment on both ends, and we were standing between a burning corridor, a collapsed stair, and a track bed. Maya pointed across the platform to the left side trench, the one without rails, half filled with black water. There, she said, drainage walkway on the other side. I followed her light. Along the far wall beyond the flooded trench ran a narrow raised ledge, maybe 18 inches wide, with a pipe handrail. It led toward a low rectangular doorway marked crossover/pump access. How do we get there? Owen asked. Maya's light found a narrow metal service bridge about 30 feet ahead, spanning the dead trench. It had no guardrail on one side. The grating looked rusty, but intact. We cross. Ryan tried to stand and nearly fell. I got under one arm. Owen took the other, though pain flashed across his face when he used his injured hand. No, Ryan said. I can walk. Not fast enough, I said. The headlight brightened through the haze near the entry stairs. The old announcement voice spoke again, warped and gentle. Please stand away from the platform edge. We moved toward the service bridge. Behind us, the fan room door, freed of its chain, swung open again from pressure in the corridor. Smoke poured out low and hungry, spilling across the platform we had just occupied. Ahead, the bridge waded over black water. The first rail cart assembly clanged somewhere in the far tunnel, beginning its return. The second light grew at the near end. Retreat, in any meaningful sense, disappeared right there. We stepped onto the rusted grating one by one, with smoke closing behind us and moving machinery hemming both ends of the platform, and the abandoned station kept announcing arrivals, as if passengers were still politely expected to line up. The bridge flexed under Maya's boot. Not much, just enough. A little downward give. A tired, metallic sigh. The kind of movement you feel in your teeth before your brain admits the floor is not as certain as it looks. Keep moving, she said. She was first across, because of course she was. Maya had taken point so naturally, the rest of us had fallen into place behind her. Owen next, camera pressed against his ribs, with his bleeding hand wrapped tight. Ryan after him, limping hard me last, one hand on Ryan's backpack strap, the other gripping the pipe rail that ran along the wall side of the bridge. The left side had no rail at all. Below the grating, black water waded in the old trench. My headlamp caught the surface in broken patches. There were floating cable ties, a crushed soda can, a pale, swollen rat, and shapes below that could have been bricks or tools or anything else dropped over 40 years and never retrieved. The smell rising from it was foul and mineral, like pennies soaked in sewer water. Behind us, smoke rolled across the platform. Ahead of us, the crossover pump access doorway sat in the wall beyond the trench, low and rectangular, its sign half hidden under dust. A narrow ledge ran to it from the far side of the bridge. Past that doorway, maybe a pump room, maybe another corridor, maybe a dead end. The announcement voice followed us anyway. "Please stand away from the platform edge." Owen coughed. "We are very much trying." The rail cart at the near end came out of the smoke with its headlamp shining through the haze, slow and stupid and relentless. At the far end, the first cart assembly squealed somewhere beyond the curve, returning on the opposite track approach. The platform trembled between them. The old system had made a loop of itself, a little mechanical problem with no one left at the controls to care whether human beings had wandered into it. "Maya," I said, "how does this stop?" "Power," she said. "Everything stops if we kill local power." "And where?" "Pump access might have a breaker panel." "Might." She shot me a look over her shoulder. "I'm done pretending I'm sure." That was the first honest thing that sounded useful. Ryan's injured foot slipped. His knee hit the grating with a clang. The bridge rang. The whole structure shuddered. "Don't stop," Maya said. "I'm trying," Ryan hissed. I got both hands under his arms and hauled him up. He cried out through his teeth. Ankle was swelling now, the sock dark and wet where the cable burn had torn skin. He put weight on it and almost collapsed again. "I can't," he said. "You can," I said. "No, I can't." The near cart clattered past the platform entry stairs. Its headlight cut through the smoke and flashed over the bridge. It was still on the rail beside the platform, separated from us by the flooded trench, but one of its metal crates had shifted outward. The same kind of crate that had destroyed the kiosk. It scraped along the platform edge, sending sparks into the smoke. If the crate caught the bridge support, we were done. "Maya," Owen shouted, "I see it." She reached the far ledge and turned back. "Ryan, give me your hand." Owen stepped off the bridge beside her and grabbed the pipe rail, breathing hard. Ryan took one step. The crate screeched along the platform behind him. He froze. "Ryan," I said. The sound filled everything. Metal on concrete, sparks snapping. The cart motor whining under load. Ryan stared at the headlamp moving through smoke. His face had emptied out. I knew that look because I had felt it inside my own skull too many times. Panic isn't always screaming. Sometimes it is a circuit breaker flipping off. The person remains standing, but nobody is driving. "Ryan," Maya shouted. "Nothing." I shoved my recorder into his hand. That woke him a little. He blinked down at it. "Hold this," I said. "What?" "Hold it. Don't drop my whole career into trench water." It was stupid. Petty, normal. His fingers closed around the recorder. "Now move." He moved. I pushed from behind. Maya pulled from ahead, and Owen reached with his good arm to hook Ryan's vest. We dragged him the last few feet as the cart groaned past the bridge supports. The shifted crate clipped a lower bracket with a bang that kicked the bridge sideways. My left foot slipped off the grating. For 1 second, my leg hung over the black water. My body went sideways. I saw the trench under me. I saw the dead rat turn in the ripple. I saw my headlamp beam vanish into water too deep for comfort. Then Owen grabbed my jacket collar, his injured hand. He screamed when his torn knuckles took my weight, but he didn't let go. Maya caught my sleeve. Ryan clutched the back of my belt. I slammed chest first onto the grating. The pipe rail cracked my ribs hard enough that bright white pain burst behind my eyes. The cart passed. The bridge stopped moving. Nobody spoke. For 3 breaths, we just existed there, bent over metal above filthy water, all of us making ugly animal sounds. Owen sank onto the far ledge, holding his hand against his stomach. Blood had soaked the bandana. "I think," he said, voice shaking, "I have become less fond of trains." "Your hand," Maya said. "Later. It's bad." "Later, Maya," that quieted her. We got through the crossover doorway by ducking under a low lintel and stepping into a narrow pump access passage that ran parallel to the platform wall. The ceiling dropped so low Owen had to stoop. Pipes covered the right wall. On the left, cinder block had cracked in long diagonal lines. The floor sloped downward, then up, with a grated drain running along the center. At the far end, maybe 30 feet ahead, a steel door stood half open. Above it, painted letters read, "Pump control / local power" for a second. I loved those words. Then the speakers inside the passage clicked. "Secondary verification required. Occupants must remain visible." Ryan gave a thin laugh. "Visible to what?" A camera moved in the corner. Old, square, dust-caked, mounted on a bracket near the ceiling. A red indicator light blinked once. Owen lifted his camera toward it. "There you are. Don't wave," I said. I wasn't going to wave. "You sounded like a man about to wave." Maya moved toward the pump control door. If the system has camera confirmation, the passenger manifest might just be motion detection or occupancy sensors. "Can it see us now?" Ryan asked. "Apparently. So if it sees us in the wrong place, what does it do?" No one answered. Maya pushed the half-open door. It stuck. She shoved harder. Something on the other side scraped. "Help me." I put my shoulder against it. Pain flared along my ribs. I swallowed it and pushed. Owen joined with his uninjured side. The door opened slowly, scraping a wedge through debris piled behind it, fallen plaster, a rusted bucket, and a collapsed section of old pegboard. The room beyond was small and brutally hot. Not fire hot, machinery hot, electrical hot. A pump motor sat on a concrete pad to the left, vibrating under a cage guard. A bank of old breaker boxes covered the far wall, some labeled in faded marker. Platform lights, pump sump A, audio node, local signal, training unit power. Newer orange extension cables snaked across the floor into one metal cabinet whose cover had been left open. Inside, modern electronics blinked with tiny green lights. That was worse than old equipment. Someone had been here recently. Maya saw it too. Her face changed from fear to anger. "This isn't abandoned." Owen filmed the cabinet. "That looks very not 1978. Ryan leaned against the wall, trying to keep weight off his ankle. "Who would do this?" "Scrappers," I said. "Transit contractors. Urban explorers with too much money." Maya shook her head. No, this is integrated into the system. Look, she pointed to a small router zip tied inside the cabinet. A cheap black box with 2 antennas. A label maker strip read, B7 node temp uplink. Ryan's phone chirped in his hand. He almost dropped both it and my recorder. The screen showed occupants located in pump control. Unauthorized access. Remote lockout pending. Lockout, Owen said. The steel door behind us began to close. No warning, no dramatic slam. Just a hydraulic pull, steady and quiet. I lunged and got my boot between door and frame. Pain shot up my ankle as the door crushed against the sole. Door, I shouted. Owen grabbed the handle. Maya grabbed Owen's belt. Ryan tried to help and nearly fell. The motor fought us. Prop it, Maya said. With what? The bucket. Ryan kicked the rusted bucket toward me with his good foot. It clanged uselessly on its side. I shoved it into the narrowing gap. The door crushed it flat enough to hold for maybe 3 seconds. The hydraulic arm whined. The bucket began to fold. Maya seized the fallen pegboard and wedged it under the door. It splintered immediately. Owen jammed the camera monopod through the gap and braced it against the floor. No, I said. Your gear, it's a stick, Daniel. The monopod bent but held, for now. Maya turned to the breaker boxes. Which one? I asked. Training unit power. She opened the panel cover. Inside were old breakers, dusty but intact. Some were tagged, some weren't. One handle had been zip-tied in the ON position. Of course, she said. The label above it read, Training unit power, do not interrupt during demo. Demo, Owen said. Maya pulled at the zip tie with her fingers. It didn't break. Multi-tool, she said. Owen tossed it to me because his hand was useless. I opened the blade with shaking fingers and sawed at the tie while Maya held the breaker steady. The plastic was thick, cheap, stubborn. My chest hurt every time I breathed too deeply. From outside the room came the rail cart again. Closer now. The sound was no longer on the platform side. It had moved beyond us, somewhere along the crossover axis, maybe looping through a maintenance spur. The walls shook with it. Ryan looked at his phone. 30 seconds to lockout. Don't count, Owen said. Then what do I do? Lie beautifully. Ryan let out a breath that was almost a laugh, then coughed until his eyes watered. The zip tie snapped. Maya threw the breaker down. The room went dark. The pump stopped. The sudden quiet was enormous. No motor, no speaker hum, no red camera light. Then water began to rise through the grated floor drain. A burp first, then a steady black surge. Turn it back on, Ryan said. Maya stared at the drain. The pump, I said. You killed the sump. I killed training power. You killed more than that. Water spread under our shoes, shallow but fast, carrying grit and oily rainbows. The labels on the panel had lied, or the wiring had been changed, or everything down there shared more circuits than anyone sane would allow. Maya flipped the breaker back up. Nothing. She flipped it down, then up again. Still nothing. The modern cabinet lights stayed dead. The pump did not restart. Owen looked at the bending monopod in the door. Doors still closing. The hydraulic arm had lost power, but not pressure. Or maybe it had a spring. Either way, the crushed bucket shifted. The monopod creaked. We had stopped the announcements. We had stopped the camera. Maybe we had stopped the carts. We had also killed the pump and trapped ourselves in a room taking water. Cost. There it was. Main panel, Maya said. There has to be a reset. She moved to the larger breaker box. The floor water reached the edge of her boots. Ryan hissed when it touched his burned ankle. A thump came from the passage outside, then another. Not a cart, human. Owen aimed his camera light through the door gap. A figure stood in the passage. For one raw second, my mind made it into Lou. The shape was broad, hunched, wearing a reflective jacket, face shadowed. Then the figure spoke. "Get out of there," real voice. Male, angry, terrified. "Help us," Maya shouted. The man shoved at the outside of the door, but he was fighting the same closing mechanism. "You tripped the wrong feed." Maya yelled back, "Who are you?" "Transit contractor. Who the hell are you?" The relief nearly knocked me sideways. A person. A real person. Then another headlamp appeared behind him. A second worker, slimmer, female by voice when she shouted, "Smoke, S coming through the crossover." The man jammed a pry bar into the door gap from his side, beside Owen's bent monopod. "Pull when I say," he yelled. Maya grabbed Ryan. I grabbed the recorder from him and shoved it into my pocket. Owen lifted the camera strap over his neck. The contractor heaved on the pry bar. Now we pulled. The door opened a foot, enough for Ryan, maybe. The water was ankle deep now. The drain gurgled harder. Ryan went first because he was injured. Owen and I lifted him under the arms and shoved him toward the gap. The contractor outside grabbed his vest and hauled. Ryan screamed as his ankle dragged over the threshold, but he made it through. Owen next. He slipped in the water and smashed his injured hand against the door frame. His face went gray. He did not scream this time. That scared me more. The female worker outside pulled him by the shoulder strap and got him through. Maya turned back to the panel. "What are you doing?" I shouted. "Resetting the pump. Leave it. If the room floods, the panel shorts, and this whole section can burn or electrify the water." Maya, she found a large red switch behind a cracked cover labeled Sump Reset. She hit it. The pump coughed. Once, twice, then roared back to life. The water at our feet began pulling toward the drain. The speaker in the corner snapped on again, harsh and broken. Manual override accepted. The camera light blinked red. The breaker panel beside Maya sparked. A bright white pop. She jerked back with a cry and hit the floor. For 1 second, I didn't move. Then I was on my knees in the water beside her. The smell of burned plastic and skin cut through everything else. Her right hand was curled against her chest, fingers shaking. A blackened line marked the side of her palm where the panel had arced. "Can you stand?" She nodded too fast. Yes, she couldn't. I got my arm around her waist and hauled her up. My ribs screamed. She sagged into me, breathing in tiny, controlled bursts. The contractor outside yelled, "Move." The door gap was shrinking again. The pry bar slipped. Owen's monopod snapped with a clean metallic crack and skittered across the passage. We stumbled toward the opening. Maya went through first because I shoved her. The contractor caught her. She cried out when he touched her burned hand. Then it was me. I turned sideways and forced one shoulder through the gap. The door pressed against my back. Something caught on my jacket, recorder strap, zipper. I don't know. For one lunatic second, I thought I would die because of a field recorder. Owen reached in with his good hand and ripped the strap free. I fell into the passage on top of Ryan's legs. The door slammed shut behind me. The contractor yanked his pry bar back just in time. It clattered against the wall. We lay there in a heap, coughing, bleeding, shaking. The man in the reflective jacket bent over us. He was maybe 40s, black, close cropped hair under a hard hat, face shiny with sweat and soot. His vest had KLINE Signal Services printed across it. Woman behind him was white, late 30s maybe, blonde hair tucked under a helmet, safety goggles pushed up on her forehead. Both were real enough to be furious. "You idiots came through the platform," the man said. Maya tried to sit up. "We were trapped. You were not supposed to be anywhere near this section." "No kidding," Owen said weakly. The woman checked the passage behind them. "Eddie, smoke's worse, Eddie." That was the man's name, at least what she called him. He looked at us, then down the passage. "Can they move?" "No," Ryan said. "Yes," Maya said at the same time. I almost laughed and coughed instead. The woman crouched by Ryan's ankle. "Cable burn, maybe sprain. He needs help walking." "I'm fine," Ryan said. She gave him one look. He shut up. Eddie pointed down the passage away from the pump room. "Crossover door leads to the old pump stairs. We were trying to get to the control box when your system started moving carts." "Our system," Maya said. "The damn demo rig. It was supposed to be isolated for tomorrow morning's evacuation drill. Somebody left the remote node live." "Who wrote 'Do not verify'?" I asked. Eddie stared at me. "We did, yesterday, for the night crew. The kiosk was false, triggering dispatch holds." "Helpful," Owen muttered. The announcement voice crackled overhead again, slower now, damaged by whatever Maya had reset. "Lower platform B, service interruption. Please await assistance." Eddie looked up. "That's new." The far end of the passage boomed. Not a cart. The fire door at the crossover access slammed down. A rolling fire shutter, hidden in the ceiling, had dropped across the doorway behind Eddie and the woman, cutting off the route they had come from. Smoke curled under it almost immediately. The woman swore. No, that's our exit." Eddie ran to it and tried the manual chain. It moved 6 inches and jammed. "Heat trip?" Maya asked. "Smoke detector," Eddie said. "Or the controller thinks there's a platform fire." "There is a platform fire," I said. He shot me a look. "Fair." The passage lights shifted from red to white emergency strobes. Ryan's cracked phone chirped one last time. The message on the screen read, "Evacuation route sealed. Proceed through track crossover to street-level emergency ladder. Warning, track movement active." Eddie stared at the phone. "Where did you get that?" Ryan held it like it might bite him. "It got me." The woman looked down the passage toward a narrow metal door beside the fire shutter. It was painted black and yellow, with a warning sign. "Track crossover, authorized crew only behind that door." Something moved on rails. Slow, heavy, close. Eddie gripped his pry bar. Maya, pale and sweating, cradled her burned hand. Owen's camera hung dead against his chest, battery light blinking red. Ryan couldn't put weight on one foot. My ribs hurt every time I breathed, and my recorder was still somehow running inside my torn jacket. The contractor looked at all of us, and said the thing none of us wanted to hear. "That ladder is across the track." The announcement chimed above us, almost cheerful despite the damage. "Downtown local train arriving. Please stand away from the platform edge." And this time, the only way out was through the place it kept telling us not to stand. Eddie opened the black and yellow crossover door with a key that shook in his hand. That scared me more than the door. Up to that point, he had been angry in a useful way. Angry at us. Angry at the system. Angry at whoever had left the temporary node live. Anger gives shape to panic. It makes people point, pull, move, curse, solve. But when he put the key into the track crossover lock and missed the slot twice, I saw the truth under it. He was scared too. "Everybody listens," he said. The emergency strobes kept flashing white against the passage walls. Smoke pressed under the dropped fire shutter behind us in dirty ribbons. The female contractor, whose name we learned in the next 10 seconds because Eddie barked it at her, was Tessa Marlowe, 38, female, from Yonkers, a signal technician with Klein Signal Services. She had already torn open a small trauma pouch and wrapped Ryan's ankle with gauze tight enough to make him hiss. She looked at the door, then at Eddie. "Track circuits still showing active," she said. "Visual only," Eddie said. "We cross when the cart clears. What if it loops? Then we don't be there when it does." Owen gave a weak laugh. Very American safety briefing. Nobody smiled. The door opened into noise, not the big cinematic roar of a train. Something worse for that moment, intermittent, mechanical, nearby. A motor whining, metal clacking over rail joints. The training rig was somewhere in the crossover space, moving in and out of view behind a concrete divider. The air was hot with brake dust and electrical smoke. A narrow metal walkway ran along the wall for maybe 20 feet, then ended at a graded crossing laid over 2 tracks. Beyond the crossing, I could see a ladder cage bolted to the concrete. Above it was a square hatch with a painted arrow. "Street emergency access. Do not block." The ordinary world was right there. One ladder away. It might as well have been across a river. Eddie stepped out first and lifted one hand. "Stay on the walkway. Do not touch the 3rd rail cover. Do not step down unless I say. Daniel, you and Tessa take Ryan." Hearing my name from him startled me until I remembered Maya must have said it. Or Ryan's phone had. I didn't like either possibility. Maya tried to object. "I can help." Tessa glanced at Maya's burned hand, already swelling red and shiny along the side of her palm. "You can help by not fainting." Maya shut her mouth. That was how I knew she was really hurt. We moved in pieces. Eddie waited at the edge of the crossing, pry bar in one hand, flashlight in the other. Tessa looped Ryan's arm over her shoulders. I took his other side. Every step made him suck air through his teeth. Owen came behind us, camera dead now, one hand wrapped in a soaked bandana. The broken remains of his monopod tucked under his arm like he still couldn't bear to abandon it. Maya followed last, cradling her right hand against her chest, face pale and damp. The training rig appeared from behind the divider. Flat yellow front, low headlamp, empty cage, slow enough that you could walk beside it, fast enough to kill you if you fell wrong. Eddie held us back. The rig clacked across the crossing in front of us, pulling 2 flatbeds this time. One crate scraped the divider, throwing sparks. The sound made Ryan fold into me, and I almost lost my grip. Tessa caught his belt with one hand. "Stay up," she said. "I'm trying," he whispered. The last flatbed cleared the crossing. Eddie pointed. Now we went, not running. Ryan couldn't. Maya couldn't. Owen probably shouldn't. We shuffled across the grated panels, metal ringing under us, the rails visible below through diamond holes. I smelled hot oil. I smelled my own jacket, torn and damp. I smelled Ryan's burned shoe. Halfway across, the announcement system came alive again. Downtown, local train arriving. Please stand away from the platform edge. The speaker was directly overhead, loud enough to make Ryan jerk. His bad foot slipped through a gap between grates. He dropped. Tessa and I dropped with him. "Don't pull," she snapped. Ryan was making a sound that was mostly breath. His ankle was wedged up to the heel, twisted sideways. Behind us, metal clacked. The rig had looped faster than Eddie expected. 30 seconds, Eddie shouted. Maybe less. Maya moved before anyone told her not to. Crouched beside Ryan, put her burned hand against the grate, and immediately made a noise through closed teeth. She used the other hand to unlace his shoe. "No," Ryan said. "No, don't take it off. It's trapping you. It'll swell. It already has." Her voice was calm. Too calm. The kind of calm that burns through whatever it costs. Owen shoved the broken monopod under the grate and levered the panel up a fraction. Eddie jammed his pry bar beside it and pulled. The metal groaned. Ryan's heel came loose. "Now," Maya shouted. We dragged him free, leaving one shoe wedged in the crossing. Ryan cried out once, then clapped a hand over his own mouth. The headlight appeared close. "Move," Eddie yelled. Tessa hauled Ryan by the back of his vest. I took his arm and half carried, half dragged him the last 10 feet. Owen stumbled into the ladder cage. Maya reached it and almost fell against the concrete. Eddie came last, backing up with the pry bar raised as if he could argue with machinery. The rig crossed where Ryan had been. It hit the trapped shoe. The shoe vanished under the front assembly with a wet rubber pop, then came out flattened and spinning between the rails. Nobody said anything. Eddie slammed a manual gate shut behind us and threw a bolt. It would not stop the rig if the rig came off alignment, but it made a human-looking barrier, and we needed one. The ladder went up 40 feet, maybe less. It felt like a mile. Tessa went first to force the hatch. Owen followed because his legs still worked and he could help from above. Maya went next, using one hand and her elbow teeth clenched, refusing assistance until Eddie said, "Lady, this is not a pride contest," and climbed directly under her to keep her from slipping. Ryan went in the middle with a loop of cable Eddie tied under his arms like a crude rescue sling. I climbed below him and pushed his good foot onto each rung when he couldn't find it. Every rung hurt my ribs. Every breath felt sawed in half. At the top, Owen and Tessa shoved the hatch open. Cold city air fell down the shaft. Real air, wet pavement, garbage bags, exhaust. A street vendor's cart somewhere nearby, onions sweet and greasy on a flat top grill. I had never loved anything so much. We came out through a sidewalk hatch behind a plywood construction barrier on a narrow service lane near Nassau Street, not far from where tourists would be taking pictures of old buildings in the morning without knowing any of this was under their shoes. Rain had started while we were below. Not much. A fine silver mist that stuck to hair and eyelashes. Tessa called 911 first. Eddie called his supervisor second. Maya sat down on the curb and stared at her burned hand as if it belonged to someone who had disappointed her. Ryan lay on his back behind the barrier, one socked foot bare and filthy, breathing in short, controlled bursts while Tessa checked his pulse. Owen sat beside him and kept saying, "You did good, mate," in a voice that had become painfully gentle. I called Lou. No answer. Then I saw him across the lane. He was sitting in the passenger seat of a white city pickup with the door open, a paramedic shining a penlight into his eyes. Lou Alvarez, 67, male, from the Bronx, retired station supervisor and our surface contact, looked smaller than he had at the start of the night. There was a strip of gauze taped to his temple. I crossed to him too fast and nearly doubled over from the pain in my ribs. "Lou," he focused on me slowly. "You came up the wrong hatch. That's your first note." He managed half a smile, professional habit. "What happened?" He looked past me toward the service lane, toward Maya, Ryan, Owen, the open hatch, the flashing lights beginning to reflect off wet pavement. "Door kicked back," he said. "When I heard the alarms, I tried to get down. Access panel shorted, knocked me into the frame. Woke up with some kid from Con Ed yelling at me. You heard us. I heard something." His eyes shifted. "Heard the announcement say your name." I didn't like how he said it. The paramedics separated us after that. The official aftermath arrived in layers. FDNY first, then EMS, then transit police, then 2 MTA safety managers in clean jackets who looked at all of us like we were both victims and paperwork. They put oxygen on Ryan and loaded him first. His ankle wasn't broken. It turned out later, but the sprain was severe, and the cable burn got infected enough to keep him on antibiotics for 2 weeks. Owen needed 8 stitches across 2 knuckles and had nerve pain in his ring finger that made him stop filming handheld for months. Maya's burn was classified as partial thickness, small but ugly, and she lost some feeling along the outside of her palm. My ribs were bruised, not cracked. That was what the urgent care doctor said after pressing exactly where it hurt and making me hate him with total clarity. We were questioned separately. That part was almost worse than the tunnels. Bright rooms, paper cups of bad coffee, people asking the same question in different clothes. Why were you past the authorized access area? Who gave you the keys? Did you ignore posted warnings? Did you activate equipment? Had anyone instructed you to proceed to lower platform B? Maya tried to take responsibility until Eddie interrupted from his own interview room loudly enough that everyone heard him through the wall. They didn't start the rig. Your temp controller did. After that, the tone changed. Not soft, never soft, but careful. Klein Signal Services admitted there had been overnight prep for an evacuation drill scheduled the next morning. The lower platform was not public, not exactly abandoned, not exactly active. A training rig had been brought in to test emergency procedures for a nearby closed section. A temporary wireless node, B7, had been installed to allow remote monitoring from a contractor tablet. The node was supposed to be disabled after the day shift. It was. The access list was supposed to exclude unauthorized devices. It didn't. The old announcement system was supposed to be disconnected from the local controller. It was. The kiosk had been false, triggering dispatch sequences since the previous afternoon, which explained the marker warning. Eddie and Tessa had been sent in to inspect it from the contractor side. The electrical control box near our original gate had overheated after the system tried to lock down the service corridor during a smoke event caused by its own short. The fire never spread beyond the panel and some insulation, but underground, smoke does not need much ambition to become dangerous. That was the explanation. It fit most things. Most. There were lawsuits later, or threats of them. Insurance forms. A suspended contractor supervisor. Maya's permit contact vanished from email for 6 weeks, then resurfaced with a message so bland it might have been written by a frightened committee. Lou officially had no memory of telling us not to go past the green door, which I did not blame him for. He had a pension to protect. Maya took her video series offline. Not just that episode, all of it. When I asked her why, she said, "I kept thinking forgotten places wanted witnesses." We were sitting in a diner near Union Square 3 weeks later, because none of us wanted to meet underground, and Ryan still couldn't handle subway stairs. His ankle was in a brace under the table. Owen had his stitched hand resting beside a mug of tea he complained about, but drank anyway. Maya's burn was bandaged in clean white gauze. "And now?" I asked. She looked out the window at a bus sighing against the curb. "Now, I think some places are only forgotten by people who can afford to leave." Nobody said anything for a while. Outside, traffic moved wetly through the late afternoon. A delivery cyclist shouted at a taxi. Someone laughed too loudly near the door. Plates clinked behind the counter. Ordinary sounds. Surface sounds. I had brought the recorder in my bag. I hadn't meant to play it for them. I told myself that. But after the check came and none of us reached for it, I took the recorder out and set it on the table. Owen stared at it. "You absolute maniac." "I copied the files," I said. "Of course you did." Ryan looked at Maya. She nodded once. So I played the last clean segment. The audio was mostly what we remembered. Alarms, coughing, metal, Eddie yelling, Maya shouting about the pump. The announcement voice telling us to stand clear. My own breathing, embarrassingly close to the microphone. Then Lou's voice came through from earlier in the night. "Daniel, bring them back." Maya closed her eyes. Ryan pushed his cup away. "That was the system pulling from audio somewhere," Owen said. "Radios. Old PA, something." "Yeah," I said. I skipped ahead. The final file was recorded after we reached the surface. I hadn't known the recorder was still running in my torn jacket pocket while paramedics worked around us. Mostly, it captured rain ticking against the construction barrier and ambulance radios. Tessa giving Ryan's vitals. Eddie saying the crossover shutter was still jammed. Me asking Lou what happened. Then, under all of it, almost too low to hear, came a subway announcement. Not loud, not clear, but there. Downtown local train arriving on the lower platform. Maya opened her eyes. That could be bleed from the street, Owen said. There's no lower platform announcement on the street, Ryan said. It could be from your pocket. Playback artifact. Maybe, I said. The word tasted like Maya's old habit. I stopped the recording before it finished. I didn't tell them the last 2 seconds bothered me more than everything before it. Not because of the announcement. Because after the announcement, beneath the hiss of rain and radio chatter, there was a small digital chirp. The same sound Ryan's phone had made underground. His phone had been bagged as evidence by then. I deleted the file once, restored it from backup the next day, deleted the backup, found another copy in the automatic cloud sync, and let it sit there, unnamed, because proof and poison are sometimes the same thing. I take the subway again now. That surprises people when I tell them. It surprised me too. For 2 months, I walked absurd distances, paid too much for cars, took buses that made every trip longer and somehow more humiliating. Then one morning, it rained hard enough that the sidewalks turned silver, and I went down the stairs at Queensboro Plaza because I was tired of arranging my life around fear. I still stand near exits. I still count lights between stations. If a train stops in a tunnel, I breathe through my nose and name objects I can see. Add panel, scratched window, blue backpack, red umbrella handle, gum spot on floor. I do not shove anyone. That feels like progress. Maya teaches now. Not transit history. Safety documentation for urban field researchers, which sounds boring until you hear her explain how quickly curiosity can become trespassing with better vocabulary. Owen does commercial shoots and avoids abandoned places unless they have catering. Ryan changed his thesis topic from hidden infrastructure media to emergency communication failures, which seems like avoidance until you hear him talk about it. Then you realize it is revenge. Lou retired again. For real this time. As for lower platform B, the official report called it a restricted service area affected by temporary equipment malfunction, contractor misconfiguration, smoke migration, and unauthorized civilian presence. That is a beautiful sentence if your goal is to flatten terror into nouns. It does not mention the voice using my name. It does not mention the phone reconnecting after Bluetooth was disabled. It does not mention the announcement on my recorder after we were above ground. It definitely does not mention what happened 4 months later, when Maya sent one message to our old group chat at 1:16 a.m. No greeting. No context, just a photo. A public subway platform. Bright tile. Normal commuters blurred by motion. Across the tracks, on a service door most people would never notice, someone had written 3 words in black marker. Do not verify under it, smaller, almost hidden by grime, was a label maker strip. B7 node temp uplink. Maya sent one more message before deleting both. Different station. Then nothing. The next morning she said she had been half asleep and must have sent an old photo by mistake. Ryan did not reply. Owen sent a joke about haunted office supplies. I typed 3 different responses and deleted all of them. That night, on my way home, the N train stalled between stations for 6 minutes. No one panicked. A kid watched cartoons on a tablet. Woman in scrubs slept with her head against the glass. Somewhere in the next car, a man laughed into his phone. The conductor apologized for the delay and said we would be moving shortly. Then the speakers popped. Just static, only static. I looked at the dark window, at my own reflected face floating over the tunnel wall, and waited for a voice that did not come. When the train started moving again, everyone swayed together, strangers briefly sharing balance. I held the pole until my knuckles hurt, and when we reached the next station, I stepped out, stood on the platform, and let 3 trains pass before I could make myself get back on. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story my smart TV turned on by itself and showed a live feed of my hallway is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The TV came on at 2:13 a.m., not with a burst of voices or a streaming app jingle, but with the soft click of its speakers waking up. That was the part I noticed first. Not the light, not the picture, the click. A tiny plastic sound in the dark, followed by the faint electrical hiss that old people still call snow. Even though smart TVs don't really have snow anymore. My living room filled with a blue-gray glow, turning the coffee table into a low rectangle of shadow, and making the half-empty mug beside my laptop look like something left behind at a crime scene. For 3 seconds, I thought I'd rolled onto the remote. Then I remembered the remote was on the kitchen counter, next to a plate with 2 cold slices of pizza and my phone charger. The screen showed my hallway. Not a photo, not a paused video. A live feed. My hallway. Runner rug with the frayed corner near the bathroom door. The little brass hook where I hung my keys. The leaning stack of Amazon boxes I kept promising myself I'd break down. The light from the street lamp outside cutting through the frosted glass of the apartment door in 4 dull bars. And at the far end of the hall, where the camera angle barely reached, something moved. Just a shift. A shoulder maybe. Or the edge of a coat. I sat up too fast and cracked my knee against the underside of the coffee table. The mug trembled. My laptop slid half an inch. Somewhere in the wall behind me, the radiator knocked once, like it was answering. I'm Daniel Mercer, 32, male, and at that point, I had been living alone in a 1-bedroom apartment in Somerville, Massachusetts, for exactly 9 months. I worked help desk for a hospital network, which meant I spent most of my week politely explaining to exhausted nurses that yes, turning the tablet off and back on did count as a real step. My apartment was on the 2nd floor of a triple-decker near Highland Avenue, close enough to Davis Square that I could hear drunk people arguing outside on weekends, but far enough that the street still went quiet after midnight, except for delivery trucks and the occasional green line work crew grinding metal somewhere in the distance. I should say up front, I was not the brave guy in any room. I was the guy who checked the stove twice before leaving. The guy who looked through the peephole when DoorDash knocked, even though I had ordered the food myself. After my father died of a heart attack alone in his apartment in Worcester, I developed this embarrassing habit of needing proof that things were normal. Locked door, clear hallway, phone charged, shoes near the bed. I never told people that because it sounded childish, like I thought preparation could bully the world into behaving. That night, normal had been simple. I had been trying to finish a remote ticket queue before bed because my manager had started putting visibility in emails, which is corporate language for I'm watching you. Rain had started around 11, soft at first, then steady enough to bead against the living room windows and smear the orange streetlight into stripes. The apartment smelled faintly of pepperoni, detergent, and the lemon cleaner my downstairs neighbor loved using in the stairwell every Thursday night. I had one lamp on, the floor lamp near the couch, the kind with a tilted shade that never sat straight. Then the TV woke itself. On the screen, my hallway sat in that cold camera light. It took my brain a few seconds to build the obvious question. Where was the camera? I owned 2 cameras. One was the cheap video doorbell mounted outside my apartment door, angled toward the shared landing and stairs. The other was a tiny indoor camera I'd bought after my bike got stolen from the basement, then never installed because the app wanted too many permissions, and I got annoyed halfway through setup. That camera was still in its box in the closet, under winter gloves and a dead router. The view on the TV was not from the doorbell. I knew that instantly because it was looking down my hallway from inside the apartment, about chest height, positioned somewhere near the living room entrance. I turned my head. The dark hallway beside me looked exactly like the hallway on the screen, except from the opposite angle. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way, like I'd forgotten to drink water for hours. The TV image flickered once. The hallway on the screen remained still. Behind me, my real hallway made a small sound, paper brushing paper. I held my breath and hated myself for it. Breathing wasn't going to make me safer or less safe, but suddenly, every normal human noise felt like cooperation with whatever was wrong. "Hello," I said. My voice came out low and irritated, which surprised me. It was the tone I used when the hospital VPN dropped during a call. The TV speakers clicked again, and for one ridiculous second, I thought it might answer. It didn't. The screen showed my hallway. The live feed had a timestamp in the lower right corner, small white digits, 02:14:08. The seconds advanced smoothly. No brand logo, no app interface, just the feed. I grabbed my phone off the couch cushion, thumbed it awake, and called Mia. Mia Rowe, 31, female, had been my best friend since freshman year at UMass Amherst, and was the only person who could receive a 2 a.m. call from me without assuming either death or drunkenness. She lived in Cambridge with 2 roommates and worked as a crime data analyst for the city, which made her both practical and deeply annoying in emergencies, because she never let me skip steps. She was the sort of person who kept batteries in labeled drawers and once talked me through shutting off a leaking toilet with the calm voice of an air traffic controller. She also knew my worst habits: the checking, the spiraling, the way I could turn a loose doorknob into a 3-act tragedy in my head. She answered on the 5th ring with sleep thick in her voice. "Daniel, someone better be bleeding." My TV turned on. There was a pause. Fabric rustled. "Okay, and it's showing my hallway." Another pause. A longer one this time, like your doorbell camera. "No, inside hallway." "Are you sure, Mia?" "I'm asking because it's 2 a.m. and you once thought your microwave was beeping by itself for 20 minutes. It was the smoke detector battery. It was the rice cooker." Stared at the screen. The hallway feed brightened slightly, as if the camera adjusted to the dark. "Mia," I said, quieter, "I can see the boxes by my door from inside. The angle is from inside." That woke her fully. I could hear it in the way the room around her changed, the bed creak, her feet hit the floor, the faint pop of a light switch. "Lock your bedroom door. I'm in the living room." "Then don't move toward the hallway yet." "Are you alone?" "I live alone." "You know what I mean. Do you hear anyone?" Rain tapped the windows. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen. A car went through water outside with a wet rush. "No." "Can you see your apartment door from where you are? In real life?" "No." "On the TV, yes." "Is it closed?" I leaned forward, squinting at the feed. The apartment door was closed. Deadbolt knob horizontal. Chain hanging loose, because I never used it unless someone knocked late. Closed. Put the chain on. That means going into the hallway. Right. Don't do that yet. The feed flickered again, and a block of digital noise broke across the lower third. The runner rug became gray squares, then snapped back. The timestamp kept moving. "Mia, where would this be coming from?" Could be casting. Could be some weird app. Could be someone hacked your TV and pulled a camera feed from a device on your network. "I don't have a camera there." "Are you positive?" The question should not have made me angry, but it did. Not because it was unreasonable, because I was suddenly, stupidly unsure of my own apartment. "I'm positive." "Then take a photo of the TV with your phone. Don't touch the TV yet." I took 3 photos. My hands shook enough that the first one blurred. In the second, the hallway looked ordinary in the way terrible things can look ordinary. Rug, boxes, closed door, light bars on the floor. Then the image shifted. Not much. Enough. On the far left edge of the TV frame, near the coat closet, something dark moved downward and out of sight. I stopped breathing again. Mia heard the change. "What? There's someone." "Where?" "I don't know. Edge of the feed. Maybe by the closet." "Can you see the closet from where you are?" "From the couch. The living room wall blocked it." The hallway began just beyond the archway beside the TV. My apartment had one of those old layouts where every room felt added to the last with grudging permission. Living room, narrow hall, bathroom on the right, bedroom at the end, kitchen off to the left, front door beyond that. The coat closet was halfway down the hall, shallow, and always smelling faintly of wool, dust, and the peppermint oil packets my mother insisted kept mice away. "No," I said, Daniel, listen to me. Get out if you can do it without passing the hallway. I can't. Windows, second floor, storm windows stick, fire escape, bedroom window. At the end of the hallway. Yeah. She cursed under her breath. Another voice came faintly through her phone, male, sleepy. Mia, what's wrong? That's Theo, she said to me, away from the receiver for half a second. Go back to sleep. Theo Grant, 33 male, was Mia's boyfriend and an EMT in Boston. I'd met him enough times to know he had the unnerving calm of someone who had seen strangers at their worst and still believed in breakfast. He was broad-shouldered, gentle, and always carried trauma shears in his backpack because, as he once told me, people wear stupid pants to emergencies. I heard his voice again, closer now. What's going on? Daniel thinks someone S in his apartment, Mia told him. The word thinks landed badly. On the TV, the hallway stayed empty. Not thinks, I said. Mia came back. I know, I'm sorry. Put me on speaker and set the phone down. Keep your hands free. I did. Theo's voice came through next, low and clear. Daniel, can you grab anything you can use as a barrier? Not a weapon first, barrier. What does that mean? Chair under the archway, coffee table. Something between you and the hall. I looked around like I had never seen my own living room before. Couch, coffee table, floor lamp, bookshelf, a laundry basket with unfolded towels, my work laptop, a ceramic bowl full of old receipts and screws I pretended belonged to things. The TV showed my hallway. Real hallway waited beside it. I dragged the coffee table sideways. Its legs scraped against the wood floor, loud enough to make me flinch. The TV feed did not react. The dark shape near the closet did not return. I pulled one of the dining chairs from the tiny table near the window and wedged it awkwardly near the archway, back facing the hall. It felt useless immediately, like arranging furniture against a flood. Good, Theo said. Now lights. Can you turn on more lights without getting closer? The lamp's on, kitchen, switch is in the hall. Of course it is, Mia muttered. The TV made a soft sound, not a click, a tap once, then again. Tap, tap. The sound came through the speakers, tiny and compressed. The feed's audio was on. The tapping was also in my apartment. Real, soft, coming from down the hall. Tap, pause. Tap, tap. I stared at the TV. Nothing moved. What is that? Mia whispered, though she was miles away and whispering did nothing. I listened harder. The sound was delicate, almost polite. Fingernail on painted wood. Or the pull chain from the hall closet, light swinging and touching the wall. Or rain dripping through a leak. My brain offered explanations like a nervous intern. Tap. The closet door on the TV was closed. At least I thought it was. The hall closet had a warped louvered door that never sat flush. In the feed, it looked darker than the wall around it, the slats thin black lines. Daniel, Theo said, do you have shoes on? No. Shoes on. My shoes are by the door. Anything near you? I looked down. Socks. Stupid socks with a hole at one heel. My boots are by the couch, I remembered. Because of the rain, put them on. I shoved my feet into the boots without tying them. The leather was cold, still damp at the soles. The whole time I watched the TV as if the screen was a mirror that might blink first. Mia said, I'm calling 911. No, I said too quickly. What? That was my flaw. Not fear exactly. Shame. I could imagine the police arriving, two bored officers standing in my living room, while I pointed at a TV that had gone back to Netflix. I could imagine my landlord hearing about it. My downstairs neighbor, Mrs. Alvarez, peering from behind her door. The whole building learning that the guy on the second floor had called 911 because his television scared him. It sounds absurd written down. It felt powerful then. Just wait, I said. What do I even tell them? You tell them you may have an intruder. And if it's a glitch, Theo said, glitches don't make tapping noises in your hallway. A floorboard creaked. Not on the TV, behind the wall. In the hall, a small, bending sound. Old wood accepting weight. My body did something before my thoughts caught up. I stepped backward until my calf hit the couch. The phone on the coffee table vibrated slightly from Mia saying my name. On the screen, the hallway remained empty. That was worse. Because if I heard someone in the hall and the camera didn't show them, then either they were outside the frame, or the feed was not live in the way I thought it was. I bent toward the phone. The camera isn't matching the sound. What do you mean? Mia asked. I heard a board. Nothing moved. Theo said, could be delayed. How delayed? Hard to know. The TV timestamp read 02/1746. My phone read 2:19 a.m. A delay of about a minute and 15 seconds. That small number made the room tilt in a very practical way. Whoever had sent the feed, whatever device it came from, was not showing me now. It was showing me a little before now. A warning with lag or bait. I said that out loud without meaning to. Bait, Mia's voice sharpened. Daniel, call 911 now. Before I could answer, the TV image changed. The hallway feed zoomed, or not zoomed exactly. It switched. A new angle filled the screen, closer to the apartment door. Higher up. Looking down, my video doorbell. The image was grainier, damp around the edges from rain mist on the lens. It showed the shared landing outside my apartment, the stairwell rail, the peeling beige wall, and the rubber mat Mrs. Alvarez had put down with welcome in faded green letters, even though it was technically my landing too. Standing outside my door was a man. He wore a dark hooded rain jacket and light-colored work gloves. His face was turned slightly away, hidden by the hood and the angle of the camera. He wasn't knocking. He wasn't moving much at all. He held something near my lock, a thin tool, maybe a tension wrench, maybe a screwdriver. The deadbolt on my door was locked, but the chain was not on. I made a sound I don't like remembering. Not a scream. More like air punched out through my teeth. Mia saw the photo arrive on her phone a second later because she said, "Oh my God," and then immediately became professional. Daniel, 911, now. Theo, get dressed. I picked up my phone, but my thumb hesitated over the keypad. The man outside my door leaned closer to the lock. The TV feed had a timestamp. 02/1802. My phone, 2:19, still delayed. The man on the screen had been at my door a minute ago, which meant he might be inside now. From the hallway came a soft, metallic sound. Not the lock. Closer. The chain on the inside of my door brushed the wood once. I looked at the dark archway. My apartment seemed to shrink around it. Mia was saying, "Daniel, Daniel, answer me." Theo's voice cut in firmer. You have two choices. You barricade and call, or you move now and secure that chain if you can do it without contact. But you decide in the next 5 seconds. On the TV, the man at my door worked patiently, head down, shoulders still. In the real hallway, something breathed. Or I did. I couldn't tell anymore. Remote sat on the kitchen counter beyond the hallway. My shoes were untied. My phone was in my hand. The coffee table blocked half the archway, but not enough. Outside, rain kept tapping the windows like nothing in the world had changed. 5 seconds turned into 1, then another. I stared at the hallway, at the TV, at the delayed version of a door that might already be open. And I had to choose whether to stay where the light was or step into the dark and find out how far behind the screen really was. I didn't step into the hallway. That sounds like courage now, maybe even discipline. But it was neither. My legs simply refused to move. They made the decision before I did, locking me in the blue light of the TV, while the delayed version of the man outside my door worked at the deadbolt with slow, careful hands. Mia said, "Daniel, call 911. Theo said, "Speaker stays on. Don't hang up with us." And I stood there with my phone in my hand, watching a minute old problem become a present tense one. The TV showed the doorbell feed. The man's hood dipped as he leaned closer to the lock. His gloves were pale, not white exactly, more like canvas work gloves that had been washed too many times. The thin tool in his right hand moved with a patient twitch. Not frantic, not drunk, not guessing. He had done this before. My thumb finally obeyed. I swiped to the emergency screen and dialed. The call connected after one ring. 911, what is the address of your emergency? I gave it too fast the first time. The dispatcher, a woman with a flat Massachusetts comm, made me repeat it. Apartment number, cross street. 2nd floor, Somerville. I could hear keys clacking faintly behind her voice. What's happening there? There's someone at my apartment door, I said. Maybe inside, I don't know. Are you alone? Yes. Are you in a safe room? I looked around my living room. The lamp shade tilted stupidly. My laptop screen had dimmed. The half-empty mug had left a brown ring on the coffee table. Safe room felt like a phrase from a brochure. Not this place with thin old walls and a coffee table pretending to be a barricade. I'm in the living room. I can't get to the bedroom without going down the hall. Mia's voice came from the phone speaker, low but sharp. Tell her about the feed. My TV turned on and showed my hallway, I said. The dispatcher paused, but only for a fraction of a second, professional enough not to make it worse. Your television is showing a camera feed. Yes, first inside my apartment. Now outside my door, the feed is delayed. How delayed? About a minute. Theo said, 1 minute 15, roughly. The dispatcher asked, do you have visual confirmation of the person now? On the TV, yes. The man on the screen stopped moving. I leaned closer before I could stop myself. His head lifted, not toward the doorbell camera, toward the apartment door, as if he had heard something from inside. The timestamp read 02/1906. My phone read 2:20. I turned toward the real hallway. The sound came then. A small click from the front of the apartment. Not loud, not cinematic. It sounded exactly like my deadbolt turning when my hands were careful because my neighbor's baby was asleep downstairs. The TV still showed him outside. In real life, the lock had just opened. "He's in," I whispered. Mia said, "Daniel, move back." "Sir," the dispatcher said, and the word "sir" made it feel worse, made it official. "I need you to create distance and shelter behind something if possible. Officers are being dispatched. Stay on the line." "How long?" I asked. "They're on their way." That was not an answer, and we all knew it. My private fear, the thing I had been dressing up as preparedness for years, came at me with teeth. My father had died alone behind a locked door, and by the time anyone opened it, his coffee had dried in the cup beside his chair. Since then, I had hated sealed rooms. I hated the idea of waiting where no one could reach me. I hated the thought of a door between me and help. Now, every sensible instruction involved hiding behind one. The apartment door made another sound, the chain brushing wood. I had left it loose. The stupidest detail in the world. A chain that cost $12.01 to slide into place, and I had skipped it because carrying groceries was easier without fumbling. The dispatcher asked, "Do you hear the intruder?" I heard rain against glass, radiator pipes, my own breathing, then a footstep, floorboard near the kitchen, my kitchen, not the hall yet. "He's near the door," I said, "maybe kitchen." Theo's voice changed, not louder, just more direct. "Daniel, listen carefully. You said your kitchen is off the hall to the left, before the front door." "Yeah. He may not have line of sight on you yet. Kill the lamp if the switch is near you." The floor lamp's switch was a small twist knob under the shade. I reached up, fingers bumping the hot bulb, and turned it. The room dropped into TV light. Everything turned flatter, colder. My hands looked gray. On the screen, the doorbell feed still showed the man outside the door, working the lock. Delayed, delayed, delayed. Useless and useful at once. From the hall came a soft rustle. Plastic, the Amazon boxes. He was stepping around them. Mia said, "Can you see him?" "No, don't try." I was. You were thinking about it. I hated that she knew. I hated that she was right, because some part of me wanted to look, to make the fear concrete. Human shape, human face, human body. Something I could describe. Something I could understand. The not knowing had hands around my ribs. The TV changed again. Back to the interior hallway feed. The angle was the same as before, looking toward the front door from somewhere near my living room archway. The timestamp read 02/1932, a minute behind. The apartment door in the feed opened a few inches. The chain hung uselessly. The man slid inside. He did not rush. He did not swing the door wide. He eased in sideways, one shoulder first, and closed it almost all the way behind him, leaving the latch barely touching the plate. That detail hit me hard. He knew old buildings. He knew doors that clicked too loudly. He stood in my hallway, still hooded, and looked down at the boxes like he had expected them to be there. Then he reached toward the hall closet, the warped louvered closet, the one I had stared at on the first feed. In real life, something in that closet gave a tiny wooden knock. Mia said, "Daniel, he's at the closet on the feed," I said. "But that was a minute ago." Theo asked, "What's in there?" "Coats." Vacuum, old router, the indoor camera box. Camera box, the one I never set up. The words left my mouth and arranged themselves into a shape I didn't like. Mia caught it too. You said it was still boxed. It is. Are you sure? There it was again. Are you sure? The most insulting, useful question in the world. No, I said, because the night had taken that from me. I'm not sure. The 911 dispatcher asked, do you have a way to exit through a window? Not from here. Living room windows faced the street, but they had old storm inserts and painted tracks. In winter, I had joked to my landlord that they were decorative. He had laughed and said he'd get to it after the holidays. He never said which holidays. I crossed to the closest window anyway, staying low because Theo kept saying, slow, slow, through the phone. I pressed my fingers under the lower sash and pulled. Nothing. Paint held it shut with a thick, gummy refusal. I tried harder. The sash gave a tiny squeal. From the hallway, a footstep stopped. I froze. The phone speaker whispered with Mia's breathing, Theo's quieter instructions, the dispatcher asking if I was still there. The TV showed 1 minute ago him opening the closet. He reached inside, pulled something out. Not a coat. A small black rectangle with a cord dangling from it. My unused camera, except it was not unused. A tiny green indicator glowed on its front. I looked toward the real hallway. My skin prickled with a practical, furious realization. The camera had been inside my closet, pointing through the slats, watching the hallway, watching me pass by for however long. The man on the delayed feed turned the camera in his gloved hand and looked straight into its lens. For a second, his face came close enough that the hood shadow shifted. I saw rough stubble, a narrow mouth, and a strip of pale skin under one eye. Then the TV cut to black. The room went dark, except for my phone screen. Mia said my name again, louder. The dispatcher asked, "Did you lose visual?" "Yes," I said. And from the hallway, a man's voice said, "Daniel," not shouted, not whispered, just my name, spoken like he had been sent to fix the cable. Every muscle in me pulled tight. Mia made a small noise. Theo said something I missed. The dispatcher's voice hardened. "Do not respond." The man in my hall said, "Daniel, I'm not here for you." That almost made me answer, not because I believed him, because the sentence was wrong in a way that demanded correction. Not here for me. He was in my apartment at 2:21 in the morning, holding a camera from my closet, using my name. He continued, "There's a device in your unit that's part of an investigation. You need to stay where you are." Mia said, "Nope, no, absolutely not." Theo said, "Police don't enter like that." The dispatcher said, "Officers are en route. Do not engage." I backed away from the window, heel catching on the rug. My untied boot loosened. I nearly fell, caught myself on the bookshelf, and several paperbacks slid sideways with a dry clatter. The hallway went still. Then the man said, "Closer, Daniel, I heard that." The coffee table barricade sat between the couch and archway. One dining chair wedged behind it. It would slow a child for half a second. My eyes adjusted enough to see the archway as a darker hole beside the TV. Theo said, "You need a better barrier. Couch, push the couch. It's too heavy. Adrenaline helps. Push from the arm. Angle it toward the archway." I dropped the phone on the couch cushion with speaker up, planted my shoulder against the arm, and shoved. The couch legs scraped loud across the floor. Too loud. The man in the hallway moved fast. 3 steps. The archway filled with a shape. Hood, gloves, dark jacket shining with rain. one hand up, palm out, as if he was calming a dog. He was not huge. That mattered later. In the moment, he seemed to take up the entire doorway. "Up," he said. I threw the ceramic bowl from the coffee table. It was not heroic. It was automatic and badly aimed. Receipts and screws flew out in a ridiculous little storm. The bowl hit the wall beside him and shattered. One shard skipped across the floor and clipped my ankle above the boot. A hot line opened there. He flinched anyway. I used that half second to shove the couch again. It lodged crookedly against the coffee table and chair, narrowing the archway to a gap. Not sealed. Better than nothing. The man cursed. Mia shouted, "Daniel." Theo said, "Stay behind it." The dispatcher asked, "What happened? What happened?" "He's here," I said, breath tearing in and out. "He's at the living room." The man pressed one gloved hand to the couch back. "Listen to me, you idiot. You're going to get hurt." "Back up," I said, my voice cracked, but the words were clear. "Back up." He looked past me, around the room, not panicked, assessing. His gaze landed on the phone on the couch. On the lit screen. He knew someone was listening. He lowered his voice. "Who did you call?" "Police." His mouth tightened. That was the first thing that made him seem afraid. Not of me. Of time. He looked toward the front door, then back at me. "How long ago?" I didn't answer. The dispatcher said, "Tell him officers are arriving." I did not tell him that. I didn't want to give him a schedule, real or fake. Some little functional part of my brain had come back online. Probably the part trained by years of help desk calls, where you never volunteered information to angry people with access. The man pushed the couch. The barricade shifted 2 inches. I grabbed the other side and pushed back, boots slipping on the floor. The cut on my ankle stung wetly. He was stronger than me, but the furniture caught against the coffee table leg and held. "For now. You have something that doesn't belong to you," he said. "I don't know you. I know that's the point." "What device?" He glanced at the TV, dead and black, reflecting only a distorted patch of window light and the pale oval of my face. "The camera wasn't mine," I said. "I know that too." Mia said, "Don't talk to him." Theo said, "Keep him talking if it stops him pushing." They spoke over each other, and the contradictions scratched at my already frayed brain. "Which is it?" I snapped. Mia went quiet. Theo said, "Sorry, Daniel, priority is distance. If talking buys distance, talk. If he advances, don't argue." The man heard some of it. His eyes moved toward the phone again. "I'm not armed," he said. "Show me your hands." He held them up, work gloves, empty. Then something clicked behind him. A second sound from the hallway. Both of us turned. He did not expect it. That scared me more than anything he had done. From the front door area came a soft electronic chime. My smart lock app, except I didn't have a smart lock. I had a regular deadbolt. The sound came again, a cheerful 3-note tone, muffled but distinct, like a device pairing. The man's expression changed, tightened. He looked back at me, and for the first time his voice lost its controlled shape. "Who else is here?" "No one," I said. "Don't lie to me." "I live alone." The dispatcher said, "Daniel, stay where you are. Officers have been updated." Outside, from somewhere down on Highland Avenue, a siren rose and faded, not close enough to help yet, or maybe going somewhere else entirely. In old neighborhoods at night, sirens bounce strangely. They sound near, then gone, then behind you. The man stepped away from the barricade and looked down the hall. In that moment, my TV turned back on. The blue-gray glow filled the living room again, but it didn't show the hallway. It showed my living room from above the bookshelf, a high angle, looking down at me behind the couch, the man in the archway, the phone glowing on the cushion, the broken ceramic bowl scattered across the floor. A second hidden camera inside the room with me. Mia saw the photo when I lifted the phone without thinking and aimed it at the screen. She whispered, "Daniel," Theo said very softly. "Oh, hell." The man stared at the TV as if it had betrayed him personally. Then the screen split into 4 feeds: living room, hallway, shared landing, building front door. On the building front door camera, 2 figures in dark rain jackets entered from the street. Not police, no uniforms, no cruiser lights, no urgency. One of them held the exterior door open while the other looked directly into whatever camera was watching the vestibule and raised a gloved hand. A greeting. The man in my archway said one word under his breath. "Move," not to me, to himself. Then he grabbed the edge of the couch and shoved with everything he had. The barricade lurched inward. The chair cracked sideways. The coffee table flipped, spilling my mug, my laptop, old receipts, screws, everything. I fell backward over the rug, ankle burning, phone skidding away from me under the couch. Mia's voice went small and tinny from the floor. "Daniel, Daniel." The man stepped through the gap, but he wasn't reaching for me anymore. His eyes were on the TV, on the feed of the 2 rain-jacketed figures climbing the stairs toward my floor. And that was the choice the night handed me. The man already inside my apartment, who knew my name and had lied badly about why he was there, or the 2 people coming up the stairs, who he seemed genuinely afraid of. He looked at me, breathing hard. "If they get in," he said, "you don't call anyone after that. You understand?" The hallway behind him creaked with the weight of someone reaching the 2nd floor landing. Then came a knock on my apartment door. 3 soft taps. Polite, patient. The man inside my living room shut his eyes for half a second, like he had just heard a timer run out. The knock came again. 3 taps, not louder, not impatient. That was the bad part. Whoever stood outside my apartment door was not testing whether I was home. They already knew. The taps were just theater, soft knuckles on old painted wood, the kind of knock a neighbor used when they wanted sugar and didn't want to wake the whole building. The man inside my living room stared toward the hall. Then he looked at me. "Don't make a sound," he said. I was on the floor with one boot half off, ankle wet where the bowl shard had sliced me, my phone somewhere under the couch. Mia's voice reduced to a tinny thread. The TV threw 4 camera feeds across the room in cold rectangles. Living room, hallway, shared landing, building vestibule. It made everything look managed, observed. Like my apartment was not a place I lived, but a problem someone else had diagrammed. The man in my living room was male, somewhere in his late 30s or early 40s, though I still didn't know his name. His hood had fallen back enough to show short brown hair plastered by rain, a narrow face, and a healing split at the corner of his lower lip. He had the tense, ugly patience of a person who had already made several bad decisions and was now trying to keep them from multiplying. He wasn't looking at me like a burglar looks at a witness. He was looking at me like I was a door that might jam. On the shared landing feed, 2 people stood outside my apartment. The first was a woman, maybe late 20s or early 30s, average height, wearing a dark rain shell with the hood cinched tight. The second was taller male, broad through the shoulders, with a black baseball cap under his hood. Both wore gloves. Neither looked at the peephole. They looked up and slightly left, toward my doorbell camera, as if posing for it. The woman knocked a 3rd time. Daniel called my name again. The sound passed through the real door, and through the TV feed half a breath later, doubled and flattened. Hearing it twice made my teeth ache. Mia's voice crackled from beneath the couch. "Daniel, do not open that door." The man inside moved fast. He crouched, reached under the couch, and grabbed my phone before I could. I lunged without thinking, fingers catching his sleeve. He twisted away and shoved me back with his forearm, not a punch, but hard enough that my shoulder hit the floorboards. Pain flashed down my arm. "Stop," he hissed. "My phone, I'm not hanging up." He held it where I could see. The 911 call was still active. Mia and Theo were still there. The dispatcher was still there. He pressed a finger to his lips, then placed the phone on the high bookshelf, out of my reach, but still on speaker. From the phone, the dispatcher said, "Daniel, if you can hear me, officers are close. Stay away from the door." The man's eyes flicked to the TV's building front feed. The vestibule was empty now. The 2 visitors were already upstairs. He mouthed something I didn't catch. Outside, the woman said, "We know he's in there with you." The man in my living room flinched at that. That tiny reaction rearranged the night. He had come in like the threat. He had broken my door, taken my camera, pushed through my furniture. But the 2 outside made his face change in a way my fear recognized. Not guilt, not anger. Recognition. "Who are they?" I whispered. "People you do not want to meet." "Funny, I already have one of those." His jaw flexed. "My name is Eric Vale, 41, male, former private security. That enough for introductions." Eric Vale said it like he was annoyed at paperwork, but his voice shook at the edges. The name sounded real, which made it worse. A real name gave him weight. Outside, the taller man knocked once with something metal. Tap, not knuckles. The sound was sharper, lower. Eric grabbed the back of the overturned coffee table and dragged it toward the hall. The broken leg screeched across the wood. He wedged it against the apartment door from the inside hallway, between the jamb and the stack of Amazon boxes. "What are you doing?" I asked, buying 10 seconds. Attempt 1 was simple: call the police and wait. It had already failed in the way waiting fails when the danger keeps moving. The dispatcher could hear us, but she couldn't reach through the phone. Mia could plead. Theo could instruct. Officers could be close, but close in Somerville at 2:25 a.m. might mean 3 blocks away behind a garbage truck, or around the corner dealing with a drunk guy in a crosswalk, or 1 minute too late. Meanwhile, 2 people stood at my door with my name in their mouths, and a man who had broken in was building a barricade against them. On the TV, the hallway feed showed Eric dragging my coffee table into place. A minute delayed. In the present, he was already back in the living room. The lag made the apartment feel haunted by its own recent past, though there was nothing supernatural about it. Just cameras and latency, and someone using delay as a weapon. "Daniel," Mia said from the shelf, "are you hurt?" "My ankle." "How bad?" I looked down. The cut was 2 inches above the boot, a bright opening across skin, bleeding steadily but not spraying. My sock had turned dark at the top. "Not bad," Theo said, "pressure. Use cloth." Eric tossed me a dish towel from the kitchen entrance. He had not gone far into the kitchen. I realized he was avoiding the front door area too. I pressed the towel to my ankle and hissed through my teeth. Outside, the woman said, "Eric, we're not here for him unless you make us." He closed his eyes briefly. "You know her?" I asked. "Her name is Lena Marr," he said, 34, female. Works for people who don't put their actual names on invoices. "And him?" "Cal Pike, 38. Male, breaks things when talking, wastes time." The names came too quickly to be invented. Or he was good at inventing. Mia said, "Daniel, don't believe him just because he's scared." Eric glanced at the phone. "Smart friend." "Then explain," I said, "right now. No time. There's always time for the person whose apartment you broke into." He laughed once, no humor in it. "Your building's internet closet is in the basement, right?" The question landed strangely. "Yes," I said, "by the laundry. Someone put hardware in there 6 weeks ago. Network tap, storage relay, small black case, battery backup. It was routing feeds from apartments, hallways, maybe more. I was paid to remove it tonight." "Paid by who?" He looked toward the door. "Someone who is either dead or lying." The woman outside, Lena, sighed loudly enough to carry. "Eric, the police are going to get here and find you standing over a scared tenant with a forced lock. Think it through." Cal's voice followed, rougher. "Open the door. We walk out. He stays alive." That sentence had shape. It was meant for me. I pressed harder on my ankle until pain sharpened my thoughts. "Why my TV?" Eric looked at the screen. 4 feeds, 4 angles. "Because the relay is using whatever display it can reach on the local network. TV, tablet, anything with casting enabled. Your TV got hijacked because it was awake enough to receive." I turned off casting. No one turns off casting. They hide the icon and feel better. Mia, despite everything, muttered, "He's not wrong." The first attempt shifted then. Waiting was not enough. The next idea came from Theo. "Daniel," he said, "can you get to the bedroom fire escape if Eric blocks the hall?" Eric shook his head before I answered. "Bad idea," Theo said. "I'm not asking you." I pictured the apartment map in my head because I had walked it 10,000 times barefoot. Living room at the front left of my unit. Archway to narrow hall on the right side. Kitchen off the hall near the apartment door. Bathroom midway. Bedroom at the very end, street-facing side, with the fire escape outside the window. If I could get past Eric, down the hall, and into the bedroom, I could climb out. Could, maybe. "The bedroom window sticks," I said. "You told me the living room windows stick," Theo said. "Bedroom too, all of them. Storm windows." "Yeah," Eric said. "The fire escape is visible from the street. If Lena has someone watching outside, you climb into a funnel." "If," I said. On the building front feed, the vestibule remained empty. Rain glistened on the glass. "No one visible," Mia said. "Getting out is better than being trapped." Eric moved closer to the archway. "They want the relay. They think I have it. They will search him, the apartment, the basement. If he runs out a window, they follow." "Why would I have it?" I asked. because I didn't get to the basement. Eric nodded toward the hallway. I got here and found your door already tagged in their route. Tagged, he pointed to the screen. The hallway feed, delayed, showed the inside of my apartment door. Near the lower hinge, barely visible against old paint, was a small square of blue painter's tape with a black dot drawn in marker. I had not noticed it before. My apartment had been marked. The explanation was ordinary and obscene. Tape, marker, a route, no ghosts, no curse, just people. The second attempt became reaching the bedroom fire escape. Eric hated it. Mia wanted it. Theo treated it like a risky extraction. The dispatcher told me not to move unless I had to, but unless I had to was growing teeth. Lena knocked again, harder. The coffee table barricade at the apartment door shifted with a wooden clunk. Cal said, "Last chance." Eric grabbed my arm and hauled me upright. "Move low. Stay behind me until the bathroom. Then you go bedroom. I'm not going with you. You are not staying here." We moved from the living room into the narrow hall. The geography became painfully clear under pressure. Behind us, living room glowing blue from the TV, couch shoved crooked, broken bowl pieces glittering near the rug. Ahead, hallway running straight to my bedroom door at the far end. Left near the front, kitchen opening, dark except for the microwave clock. Right, bathroom door half open. Farther left, coat closet with louvered door gaping now. Front door behind and to our left, braced with the coffee table and boxes, with Lena and Cal on the landing. Eric kept his body between me and the front door. I limped. Each step made the towel slip against my ankle. Warm blood tickled down into my boot. The apartment door jolted. Once, the coffee table groaned. "Daniel," Lena called, "you're safer with us than with him." Mia, from the phone still on the shelf in the living room, shouted, "Do not listen." Her voice sounded far away now, trapped behind us. That distance hurt more than I expected. Losing the phone was like losing a hand. We reached the bathroom door. Something moved inside. A dark shape swung toward me from behind the shower curtain. I made a raw noise and stumbled into Eric. He spun, raising both hands. The shape hit the tile with a plastic clatter. For 1 second, it was a person. Then it was my mop. The spring-loaded shower rod had slipped under the vibration from the door strikes, dropping the curtain and knocking the mop handle from where it leaned behind the toilet. The mop head rolled out damp and gray, smelling faintly of mildew and bleach. Misdirection. Explainable. Stupid. Still, my heart hammered so hard my vision spotted. Eric stared at the mop like he wanted to kill it. "Keep moving," he said. Behind us, Cal hit the door again. The coffee table leg cracked. We made it to the bedroom. Eric shoved the door open. My room smelled like laundry detergent, dust, and the rain-cooled air leaking around the window frame. The bed was unmade. A pair of jeans lay on the floor. My father's old watch sat on the dresser, where I kept it because I couldn't wear it and couldn't throw it away. The window was above the radiator. I climbed onto the radiator cover, pain flaring in my ankle. Eric locked the bedroom door behind us and jammed a wooden chair under the knob. "Window," he said. I pulled. Nothing. I drove my shoulder into the sash. Paint cracked, but the window held. Eric joined me, fingers under the frame. Together we pulled until my back screamed and his face went red. The sash lifted half an inch with a shriek that made both of us freeze. Outside, on the fire escape landing beyond the glass, someone's hand appeared, gloved. Then a face leaned into view from below. Not Lena. Not Cal. A young man, maybe 25, male, wearing a soaked gray hoodie under a rain jacket. He looked as surprised to see me as I was to see him. He had a small radio clipped near his collar and a black backpack strapped tight to his chest. For half a second, nobody moved. Then he smiled, not wide, just enough. Eric dragged me down from the window. The young man outside tapped the glass with 2 fingers. Once, twice. He pointed toward the window latch. "Who is that?" I gasped. "Third exit covered," Eric said. The bedroom door shook. Cal was inside the apartment now. That meant the front barricade had failed. The second attempt failed with a clean, ugly logic. The fire escape was not an escape if someone had reached it first. Eric pulled the chair away from the bedroom door before Cal could smash through and shoved me toward the bathroom across the hall. Back. Move. We crossed the hallway as Cal appeared near the kitchen, broad shoulders filling the dim space. His baseball cap was gone. He had a shaved head, a square jaw, and a crowbar in one hand. Tool explained the metal knock. It also explained the door. "Eric," Cal said, almost disappointed. Eric pushed me into the bathroom and slammed the door. The bathroom was tiny, old, and badly ventilated. Tub on the left, sink on the right, toilet wedged under a cabinet. One small frosted window above the shower that opened onto nothing useful but a brick wall gap. The fallen shower curtain lay in a heap. The mop stank on the tile. Eric locked the door and looked around. "No," I said. "What?" "No more mystery. No more move. What do they want?" He leaned against the sink, breathing hard. For the first time, I noticed he had blood on his left sleeve, not mine. Older, dried at the cuff. "The relay records locally before uploading," he said. "Whoever controls it has been collecting feeds. Apartments, halls, maybe bedrooms. They sell access, blackmail, burglary routes. Tonight the storage key was supposed to be pulled. Storage key, physical drive, encrypted, but not useless. Where is it?" He looked at the ceiling. That tiny glance told me. "Not in my apartment," I said. "No, in the basement network closet." "Then why are they here?" "Because I was seen entering your building. Then your TV lit up. Your unit became the active endpoint. They think either I moved the key here or you saw enough to matter." Through the door, Cal tried the knob. Eric braced his foot against the vanity. Lena's voice came from the hall. "Daniel, I'm going to say this clearly. Eric Vale broke into your apartment while under investigation for theft of surveillance property. He is armed, unstable, and lying to you." "He said he's not armed," I called before thinking. Eric gave me a look that said, "Really?" Lena answered smoothly. "Did he also mention the woman he left bleeding in Quincy?" Eric went still. That silence had weight. I stared at him. His mouth worked once. "She wasn't." The door hit inward. The lock held, but the frame splintered. Theo's advice came back to me from far away. Distance, barriers, keep moving. There was nowhere to move. Attempt 3 formed out of desperation. Get the phone back, get evidence to the dispatcher, and make the police understand there were multiple intruders and hidden cameras. Not just a burglary, not just one man. The phone was still on the bookshelf in the living room, which meant leaving the bathroom, crossing the hall past Cal and Lena, re-entering the living room and reaching the shelf. Impossible. But the TV in the living room was still broadcasting. If we could get to it, maybe the cameras showed enough. Maybe the dispatcher could hear names. Maybe Mia had taken screenshots. Maybe evidence mattered. I almost laughed. Evidence. While my bathroom door split around the latch. Eric looked up at the small frosted bathroom window. "No," I said. "It opens to the service gap. It opens to brick wall." "A gap," he said. "Old triple-deckers have chased space between rear additions. You can get to the back stairs through Mrs. Alvarez's pantry window if it's unlatched. That is insane. Everything else is occupied." The door hit again. A strip of wood popped from the jamb and landed in the sink. The small bathroom window was above the tub, barely large enough for shoulders. It had old privacy glass and a rusted latch. Behind it was a narrow exterior gap between my building and the neighboring one, maybe 2 feet wide, with drain pipes, old cable lines, and a sliver of air that smelled like wet brick. Eric climbed into the tub and punched the latch with the heel of his hand. Once, twice, it broke. Cold rain air breathed in. The door cracked a third time. Cal's crowbar tip appeared near the latch. Eric turned to me. "You first." "My ankle, use your arms." I climbed onto the tub edge. My socks slipped on porcelain. Pain shot up my leg. Eric shoved from below, not gently, and I squeezed through the window into a scrape of brick, rust, and rain. The service gap swallowed sound differently. The city became a muffled, wet hum. My shoulder scraped mortar. My injured ankle banged a pipe, and I nearly screamed, biting my sleeve instead. Below, darkness dropped 2 stories to a strip of trash bins and soaked leaves. Above, cables sagged like black vines. Behind me, the bathroom door gave way. Cal shouted. Eric climbed halfway through the window, then stopped. Lena's voice cut through the apartment, no longer polite. "The police are outside." For 1 second, hope lit in me. Then, from the service gap, I saw the street through a narrow slice between buildings. No cruiser lights, no uniforms, just headlights passing in rain. A misdirection, but not the earlier kind. This one was a lie. Eric looked back into the bathroom. Someone grabbed him. He slammed against the window frame, grunting. His gloved hands clawed at the wet sill. I grabbed his wrist without thinking. His skin was slick with rain and sweat. "Pull," he gasped. I pulled. My ankle buckled. Something tore hot under the cut. Eric's body jerked backward. His fingers slipped from mine. For a moment, I saw only his hand, empty and reaching. Then he vanished back into the bathroom. The frosted window slammed partly shut. I was alone in the service gap. No phone. No shoes tied. Bleeding. Pinned between 2 brick walls with no easy way back. Through the bathroom window, I heard Cal say, "Where's the key?" Eric laughed once, strained and breathless. "Still downstairs." A pause. Then Lena said, "Then bring him." I understood half a second too late. Not Eric, me. Because my TV had shown the feeds. Because I had called 911. Because Mia had heard names. because maybe the people upstairs thought I had seen enough to become a liability or useful pressure. At the far end of the service gap, a rectangle of yellow light opened. Mrs. Alvarez's pantry window, 1 floor below and 10 feet sideways along a narrow ledge of old brick. My only path. Behind me, my bathroom window opened again. Cal's arm came through first, crowbar in hand. "Daniel," Lena called from inside my apartment, close and calm. "Don't make this a fall." The ledge under my good foot crumbled slightly, grit pattering down into the dark. I looked back once and saw, through the bathroom window and the gap beyond, the blue glow of my TV still flickering in the living room. Then the screen changed to a single feed. The basement laundry hall. A black equipment case sat outside the network closet door, and beside it stood Mia. Mia in her rain jacket, hair plastered to her cheeks, phone in hand, looking up at a camera she should not have known existed. Theo was behind her with a flashlight. They had come to my building. They had gone to the basement. And now everyone watching the feeds knew exactly where they were. That was the point of no return. There was no hiding anymore. Not for me, not for them, not for anyone in the building. The service gap was not made for people. It was made for pipes, old cable runs, rainwater, and whatever trash the wind could wedge between 2 buildings and forget. My shoulders scraped both sides if I turned wrong. Wet brick chewed at my palms. Somewhere below, water dripped into a metal trash can with a steady, hollow ping that sounded too much like a countdown. Behind me, Cal's crowbar punched through the bathroom window opening. Glass cracked, not shattered all at once. It gave in ugly stages, each little break sharp and intimate. A triangle dropped past my hip and spun down into the dark. Then another. Then Cal's gloved hand reached through, feeling for the sill. "Daniel," Lena called from inside my bathroom. Calm again. Always calm when someone else was doing the breaking. "You're hurt. You're panicking. That ledge isn't safe." She was right about all 3 things. That made me hate her more. Across the gap, 1 floor down and maybe 10 feet to my left, Mrs. Alvarez's pantry window glowed yellow. The window was small, cracked open at the top, with a lace curtain puffing in the draft. Inside, I could see shelves stacked with canned tomatoes, cereal boxes, a paper towel roll, and one of those red plastic fly swatters shaped like a hand. It looked impossible to reach. It was also the only direction that didn't contain Cal. On the TV feed, still visible through my bathroom and living room beyond, Mia stood in the basement laundry hall beside the black equipment case. Theo was behind her, holding his flashlight low. The image was delayed, maybe a minute, maybe less. I couldn't rely on it, but I could understand enough. They had come for me. And because they had come for me, they were now standing exactly where Lena wanted them. I shifted my weight onto the narrow brick lip under my good foot. It crumbled again. Grit pattered down 2 stories. "Daniel," Lena said, "last chance." Cal's arm pushed farther through the window. His crowbar scraped the exterior brick, searching for leverage. I moved. Not gracefully, not bravely. I flattened myself against the wet wall and sidestepped along the ledge, one hand clawing at mortar seams, the other gripping a rusted drain pipe that flexed under my weight. My injured ankle dragged rather than stepped. Every inch sent heat up my leg. Rain ran down the back of my neck and under my shirt. Behind me, Cal cursed. "He's moving left." "I can see that," Lena said. Of course she could. There were cameras everywhere. That was the thing I finally understood in my bones. Not just saw. Understood. The house was watching for them. For whoever controlled the relay, the building had become a set of eyes. Front door, landing, hallway, living room, basement, maybe kitchens, maybe bedrooms. Maybe the little hallway outside Mrs. Alvarez's pantry where she kept family photos and a rosary on a nail. Every ordinary corner had become a place someone could look from. I reached the pantry window and almost missed it. My bleeding foot slipped. My knee hit brick. Pain burst bright and nauseating. I grabbed the window frame with both hands, and the old wood creaked like it was thinking about leaving the wall. Inside, a woman screamed. Mrs. Rosa Alvarez, 68, female, my downstairs neighbor, was standing in her kitchen in a quilted robe and slippers, holding a frying pan in both hands like a baseball bat. She was Puerto Rican, widowed, and the unofficial building manager. Despite not owning the place, she collected packages, argued with delivery drivers, and once told me my recycling habits were a moral weakness. Her gray hair was wrapped in a scarf. Her face, when she recognized me hanging half outside her pantry window in the rain, went from terror to fury so fast I nearly apologized. "Daniel," she snapped. "What are you doing?" "People in my apartment," I gasped. "Basement." "Mia's in the basement. Call police." "I already hear police," she said. "I don't know if that's real." That was the kind of sentence a person should never have to say. She set the pan down, grabbed my forearm, and pulled. For a woman half my size, she had grip like a dock cleat. I shoved with my good leg and tumbled through the pantry window, knocking over a box of crackers and landing on her kitchen floor hard enough to knock the air from me. For 3 seconds, I couldn't move. The kitchen smelled like coffee grounds, garlic, lemon cleaner, and warm dust from the radiator. The normalness of it nearly broke me. A calendar with saints on it hung beside the fridge. A small television on the counter was muted, showing late night weather radar. Rain bands over eastern Massachusetts, green and yellow blobs moving across the coast. Mrs. Alvarez locked the pantry window. Then she looked at my ankle and said, "Ay, Dios, I need your phone." She handed it over, already dialing with shaking fingers before I finished. "Police first. Mine's upstairs on speaker with 911. Then they know some." Above us, a heavy thud shook the ceiling. Mrs. Alvarez looked up. Dust sifted from the light fixture. "Bathroom?" she asked. "My bathroom." Another thud. Then a crash. Cal coming through. I grabbed the counter and pulled myself upright. The room tilted. My ankle had stopped feeling like a cut and started feeling like a hot metal ring clamped around the bone. Mrs. Alvarez was on with 911 now, speaking fast but clearly. "Second floor. Intruders, also basement. Young woman and man in basement. Yes, I am first floor. Yes, I am locking my door," I said. "Do you have stairs to the basement inside?" She pointed through the kitchen to a short back hall. "Rear stairs, down past the laundry." The geography snapped into place. My apartment was on the second floor front. Mrs. Alvarez's unit sat below mine, with a rear kitchen that connected to the back stairs. Those stairs ran down to the basement landing, then to the laundry room and network closet. If Lena and Cal were upstairs and the third man was covering the fire escape, maybe the back stairs were still open. Maybe. Mia's down there, I said. Mrs. Alvarez blocked my path with her body. You are bleeding on my floor and making stupid choices. They came because of me. No, they came because they are criminals. It was the most useful sentence anyone had said all night. Then her little counter TV flickered. The weather radar disappeared. A live feed replaced it. Mrs. Alvarez's kitchen, from above her cabinets. We both looked up. A tiny black camera sat wedged between a ceramic rooster and a dusty vase, its green light glowing. Mrs. Alvarez stared at it. Her face changed slowly. Not fear first. Violation. They put that in my kitchen, she said. On the counter TV, delayed by seconds now, we watched ourselves staring upward. Then the feed split. Kitchen, back stairs, basement laundry hall, my living room. In the basement feed, Mia had opened the black equipment case. Theo crouched beside her. He had one hand pressed to his ear, probably listening for movement above. Mia's phone flashlight shone into the case, lighting a tangle of cables, a battery pack, and a small metal drive about the size of a deck of cards. On the back stairs feed, the third man from the fire escape entered from outside through the rear door. He was inside the building now, below us, between Mrs. Alvarez's kitchen and the basement. Basement door, I said. Mrs. Alvarez turned the deadbolt on her back door. Too late. The knob jerked once from the other side. She backed away. The third man knocked. 2 fingers. Same polite rhythm. Mrs. Alvarez, he called. Somerville Police. Need you to open up. He sounded young, breathless. Official enough if you wanted him to be. Mrs. Alvarez's eyes narrowed. Police don't know my name like that, she whispered. The knob jerked harder. Attempt 1 in the climax. Get to the basement through Mrs. Alvarez's unit. Failed before it began. The third man was on the back stairs, cutting us off. Upstairs, Cal and Lena were likely descending or regrouping. Basement, Mia and Theo were exposed. The front entrance was unknown. My phone was upstairs. Mrs. Alvarez's phone was tied to 911. The building itself was betraying every hiding place. I looked at the kitchen feed, then the counter TV, then the camera above the cabinets. Can they hear us? I asked. Mrs. Alvarez's mouth tightened. She grabbed the fly swatter from the pantry shelf, stepped onto a kitchen chair with an angry little grunt, and smacked the camera off the cabinet. It hit the tile and bounced. The TV feed from the kitchen went black. The back door knob stopped moving. A beat of silence. Then the young man outside said, "That was dumb." Mrs. Alvarez got off the chair and handed me the frying pan. "I am done being watched," she said. "We didn't go to the basement through the back stairs. We went through the floor. That sounds impossible, but it was only old building stupid." Mrs. Alvarez had a pantry closet with a loose floor hatch where the plumber accessed pipes after a leak years earlier. I knew about it because water from my dishwasher had once dripped into her ceiling, and she had made me stand there while the plumber explained how temporary access became permanent when landlords were cheap. She dragged aside a bag of rice, a plastic bin of Christmas lights, and a stack of paper towels. Beneath them was a square of plywood with a finger hole. I lifted it. Cold basement air came up, damp and sour, with detergent, concrete, and old lint. Below was not a clean drop. Pipes crossed under the floor. A low storage shelf sat against the wall. The laundry room was maybe 8 feet down and 6 feet over. A person could lower themselves, hang, and drop onto the shelf, then to the floor. A healthy person. My ankle throbbed like a warning light. Mrs. Alvarez said into the phone, "They are inside the building. Send them faster." Then to me, "You cannot climb. Can fall. That is not better." The back door shook as the young man kicked it. Once. The frame held twice. Wood cracked. No more discussion. Mrs. Alvarez helped me down through the hatch. My ribs scraped the edge. My hands found pipe, slippery with condensation. For a second I hung there, arms shaking, injured foot dangling over darkness. Then the back door splintered upstairs. I let go. I hit the storage shelf with my hip, bounced, and crashed onto the basement concrete. Pain went white. I didn't scream. I couldn't get enough air. Above, Mrs. Alvarez shouted something in Spanish and dropped the frying pan through the hatch after me. It clanged on concrete beside my head. Then her door burst open. I rolled under the shelf as footsteps crossed her kitchen. The third man's voice, "Where did he go?" Mrs. Alvarez answered with the kind of insult that did not require translation. A slap followed, flesh on flesh. My vision tightened. I almost crawled back up through the hatch. I would have tried, broken ankle or not. Then I heard Mia. "Daniel," not from above, from the basement laundry hall. I dragged myself out from under the shelf. The basement was a low-ceilinged maze of cinder block partitions, exposed pipes, tenant storage cages, and old machines that rattled when the spin cycle ran. Bare bulbs hung every 12 feet, some dead, some buzzing. The laundry room was ahead and left. Network closet was beyond the washers. A gray metal door, usually locked with a cheap padlock. Mia stood beside it with the black equipment case open on the folding table. Theo was with her. Mia's face, when she saw me, changed in a way I will never forget. Relief, horror, anger, all fighting in the same small space. "What did you do?" she said. Fell. Theo reached me in 3 strides. He was male, 33, broad and soaked from the rain, wearing jeans, a hoodie, and a navy EMS jacket over it. He crouched and looked at my ankle. "That's bad," he said. "Don't say bad. It's not great. Better." Mia held up the metal drive. "This," Eric had said, storage key. "Physical drive, not useless." "Maybe," I said, from upstairs, a crash. Then Mrs. Alvarez shouting. Theo looked up. Mia said, "We can't leave her." "We can't leave with this through the front," Theo said. "There's at least one upstairs, maybe 2. "Police?" I asked. "We saw lights down the block," Mia said. "Then they turned off. I don't know if they're close or if I imagined it." The basement TV problem found us next. An old wall-mounted monitor near the dryers, used by the landlord to display security notices nobody read, flickered on. 4 feeds. Mrs. Alvarez's kitchen, blacked out. Backstairs, young man leaning into the pantry hatch. Basement laundry hall, showing us from the corner above the dryers. Front vestibule empty. Then a fifth feed appeared. The network closet interior, a blinking router rack, and another black case. Not the one on the folding table. A second one. Mia stared. There are two. Eric's voice came from the stairwell behind us. No, he said. One is a decoy. He stumbled into the basement from the front stairs, one hand pressed to his ribs. His face was swollen at the cheek. Blood ran from his nose. Cal followed 2 steps behind, crowbar low, with Lena behind him holding my phone. Still connected, still lit. Enough, Lena said. The basement became the whole map now. Me on the floor near the storage shelf. Mia and Thea by the folding table. Eric at the foot of the front stairs. Cal blocking that route. Lena behind him with my phone. The rear stairs behind us led up toward Mrs. Alvarez and the third man. The network closet was 10 feet away, gray metal door ajar. The washers lined the left wall. Dryers on the right. One narrow aisle between. No clean exits. No more delay. No more guessing. Lena lifted my phone and smiled faintly at it. Dispatcher, you still there? Good, you're hearing a confused tenant, an intruder, and stolen surveillance equipment. Very dramatic. By the time your officers sort the story, we'll be gone. Mia said, you recorded apartments. Lena looked at her. People record themselves. We just collected bad habits. Theo moved half a step in front of Mia. Cal raised the crowbar slightly. Drive. Mia closed her fingers around the metal device. Lena sighed. Don't be brave for a hard drive. It never ends well. Eric leaned against the wall, breathing in shallow pulls. It's not the drive. Everyone looked at him. He smiled through blood. You still don't know which one I pulled. Lena's comm cracked. There it was. The payoff. Eric had not come to my unit because he had failed to reach the basement. He had already reached it. Maybe earlier. Maybe before he was seen. Maybe the thing in my apartment was not the prize, but the misdirection. Cal turned toward him. That gave Theo 1 second. He threw the open equipment case. Not at Cal's head. At the floor. The battery pack hit concrete and split. Cables snapped tight. The little metal drive skidded under a dryer. Mia moved at the same time, grabbing a bottle of detergent from the folding table and hurling it down the aisle. It burst against the floor near Cal's boots, blue liquid spreading slick and glossy. I swung the frying pan at ankle height from the floor. It connected with Cal's shin. Not hard enough to break anything. Hard enough. He shouted and stepped back into the detergent. His boot slid. He slammed shoulder first into a washing machine, crowbar clanging against the lid. Everything happened badly, not cleanly. Theo tackled him around the waist, and both men crashed into the row of dryers. Cal drove an elbow into Theo's back. Theo grunted, but held on. Mia went for my phone in Lena's hand. Lena twisted away and punched Mia in the mouth with the phone still in her fist. Mia dropped to one knee. I crawled toward her. Eric shoved off the wall and went for Lena. The third man appeared at the rear stairwell door, breathless, with a red mark across his face. Mrs. Alvarez had clearly gotten a piece of him. He raised something small and black. For one awful instant, I thought gun. Misdirection would have been nice. It was not a gun. It was a stun gun. He fired at Eric. The probes hit Eric's jacket and neck. Eric seized and went down hard, head cracking against the concrete. The sound shut the room up. A small, final sound. Not death. Not yet. But cost. Real cost. Lena grabbed the drive from Mia's hand. Cal threw Theo off him. Theo hit the dryer door, glass cracking under his shoulder. He stayed upright, barely. The wall monitor flickered again. The feeds vanished. A black screen appeared with white text. Upload interrupted, local storage, active manual purge. 0300. A timer began counting down from 3 minutes. Mia, blood on her lip, looked at me. The system's going to wipe itself. Lena saw it too. Her expression changed from control to pure calculation. She didn't need to beat us anymore. She needed the real storage before the purge. Eric, twitching on the floor, rasped, "Daniel." His hand moved weakly toward his jacket. Cal saw it and kicked him in the ribs. Eric curled, but something slid from his sleeve. A small black object, no bigger than a car key fob. It skittered across the concrete and stopped by my knee. A USB hardware key, the real one. The room noticed at once. I grabbed it. Then I did the only thing that made sense to my terrified, half-broken brain. I shoved it into my mouth, not to swallow, to keep hands off it. Lena stared at me. For the first time all night, she looked disgusted. "Are you serious?" Mumbled something around it that probably sounded insane. Cal came for me. Theo came for Cal. Mia grabbed the detergent slick floor sign and swung it like a paddle into Cal's forearm. He hit her with his shoulder, and she went down against the folding table. Theo caught Cal from behind, but Cal was heavier and angry now, driving him backward. The timer on the monitor hit 0212. Lena stepped over Eric and came toward me slowly. "Daniel," she said, "you don't know what you're holding." I backed away on my hands, dragging my bad leg. The concrete tore skin from my palms. "I know enough," I tried to say, but the key made it garbled. From above, Mrs. Alvarez shouted, "Police." This time there were sirens, real ones, close. Blue light washed briefly across the basement windows at street level. Lena looked up. Cal looked too. Thea used that second to shove Cal sideways into the dryer with the cracked glass. The door gave way. Cal's arm punched through. He screamed as glass cut him, deep enough that blood ran immediately over his wrist. No one was clean anymore. No one untouched. The rear door burst open behind the third man, not police, but Mrs. Alvarez with a broom handle. She jammed it hard into the back of his knee. He collapsed with a shout, stun gun clattering. "Old woman," she spat, "not dead woman." Lena lunged for me. I bit down by accident. Pain exploded through my jaw. The hardware key cracked between my teeth. A bitter plastic taste filled my mouth. Lena stopped. We both heard it. A tiny crunch. The key was broken. Maybe destroyed, maybe not. But broken enough that whatever clean recovery she wanted had just become uncertain. Her face went blank. Then she hit me. Open hand, hard across the ear. The world flashed sideways. Sound dropped to a high whine. I spat the cracked key into my palm and curled around it. Lena grabbed my wrist. Mia grabbed Lena's hair from behind and yanked. Lena screamed. Not polished, not calm, human. The basement door at the front slammed open. 2 Somerville police officers entered with flashlights and guns drawn, shouting commands that ricocheted off concrete and machines. Police, hands, hands where I can see them. Everybody froze except the dryer still rattling from Theo's impact and the monitor still counting down. 0104. Cal tried to pull his bleeding arm free. "Don't move," an officer shouted. He moved anyway, not toward them, toward Lena. Maybe to help, maybe to run, maybe just panic. The second officer tackled him against the washers. Cal went down hard, screaming about his arm. Lena let go of me and raised her hands slowly. Mia kept hold of her hair for one extra second before Theo said, "Mia." She released it. The third man stayed on the rear stairs, clutching his knee, while Mrs. Alvarez pointed the broom handle at him like a spear. Eric lay on the floor, breathing, but not well. The officer nearest me looked at the key in my bloody hand, my swollen face, my ankle, the broken equipment case, the monitor. What the hell is going on here? The timer hit 0030. Mia wiped blood from her mouth. That system is about to purge evidence. The officer blinked. Theo said, "She's right." The dispatcher's voice, still coming from my phone in Lena's dropped hand, shouted through the speaker. "Unit on scene. Be advised, active surveillance equipment and multiple suspects." Lena laughed once. Soft, defeated maybe, or not. "You can't unwatch it," she said. No one answered. Mia crawled to the network closet, ignoring Theo telling her to stop. She yanked the power strip from the wall. The monitor went black at 0011. The basement fell into flashlight beams, siren light, and the breathing of people who had run out of choices. That was how the conflict ended. Not with a clean victory, not with understanding, with Eric unconscious on concrete, Cal bleeding into a towel, an officer pressed around his arm, Lena cuffed and still looking at all of us like she knew where the other cameras were, Mia sitting against a washing machine with a split lip, Theo holding his shoulder like it might not be where it belonged, Mrs. Alvarez barefoot in the basement, broom in hand, robe soaked at the hem, and me on the floor with a broken piece of plastic in my palm, my ankle swelling inside my boot, my mouth tasting like blood and circuitry, staring at the dead monitor, and wondering how many rooms in the building had gone dark at the same time. By the time they carried me out of the basement, the rain had thinned to a mist. That is the detail I remember most clearly, not the stretcher straps or the officer asking me to keep my hands where he could see them, until someone finally understood I was the bleeding tenant and not one of the people who had broken in. Mist hung in the alley behind the building and caught the red-blue flash from the cruisers in soft little pulses. So the wet brick looked alive for a second, then dead, then alive again. My boot had to be cut off. Theo did it with the trauma shears from his backpack, sitting on the basement floor beside me, while an EMT from the responding ambulance took over pressure on my ankle. His own shoulder hung wrong, lower than it should have, but he still kept trying to help until one of the medics told him firmly, "Sir, sit down before I make you." He looked offended for half a second. Then he sat. Mia was on the washer beside him with a towel pressed to her mouth, her knees pulled together like she was trying to fold herself smaller. She kept staring at the black wall monitor, even though it was dead now, its screen reflecting only flashlight beams and the shapes of officers moving around behind us. The split in her lip had stopped bleeding, mostly. Her eyes had not. Mrs. Alvarez refused medical attention 3 separate times while holding a bag of frozen peas to her cheek. "I am not going to the hospital in a robe," she told the EMT. "Ma'am, your blood pressure is high." My blood pressure knows what night it is. The EMT did not have a good answer to that. Eric Vale left the basement on a backboard with a cervical collar around his neck, breathing through an oxygen mask, one eye swollen nearly shut. I watched the paramedics take him past the dryers and tried to decide what I felt. He had broken into my apartment. He had lied by omission, maybe by instinct. He had also hidden the real hardware key, tried to get me out, and paid for it with a stun gun and Cal's boot in his ribs. Gratitude and anger sat beside each other in me without speaking. Lena Marr did not look at me when they brought her up the basement stairs in handcuffs. She walked carefully around the detergent spill, which was still glossy on the concrete, like blue syrup. One officer held her elbow. Another carried a clear evidence bag with my cracked hardware key inside. Cal Pike was taken out after her, cuffed in front because of the deep cut in his forearm. A towel had been wrapped tight around it, already soaked through in a dark stripe. He cursed at nobody in particular. He seemed smaller once he was hurt. The third man, whose name I later learned was Owen Bell, 26 male, had a fractured kneecap from Mrs. Alvarez's broom handle strike and a red welt across his face from whatever she had done upstairs before I dropped through the pantry hatch. He kept insisting he was just support, as if that was a legal category. It was 3:07 a.m. when they put me in the ambulance. Mia climbed in after me despite the EMT saying only one rider. "She's coming," I said. My voice sounded thick because one side of my face had begun to swell where Lena hit me, and because I had bitten the hardware key hard enough to crack a back molar. Every word touched a new place that hurt. The EMT looked at Mia's bleeding lip, then at Theo, standing outside the ambulance with his bad shoulder supported in a sling now. Theo said, "She's going." The EMT sighed and let her sit on the bench. As the doors closed, I saw Mrs. Alvarez standing under the back porch light in her robe, frozen peas against her cheek, giving a statement to a young officer who looked terrified of disappointing her. For some reason, that made me laugh. Not a big laugh. One breath. Mia looked at me. "What?" "Mrs. Alvarez is going to run that crime scene better than the police." Mia pressed the towel to her lip and made a sound that might have become a laugh on a different night. Then she started crying, quietly, angrily, like she was embarrassed by it. I reached for her hand, and she took mine so hard the IV tape pulled at my skin. "You came to my building," I said. "Don't start. You went to the basement. Daniel, that was insane." She looked at me with swollen eyes. "You called me because your TV was showing your hallway. Then I heard a man in your apartment. Then your call went weird, and Theo said the basement was probably where the hardware was. What was I supposed to do, make tea?" "Yes," I said. "Tea would have been fine." Her grip tightened. "You would have done the same for me." I wanted to say I would have. I think I would have. But the night had made me honest in ways I didn't like. I would have been scared, I said. You were scared tonight. Yeah. And you still moved. The ambulance rolled away from the curb. Through the back window, my building slid past in pieces. Front steps, wet railing, second-floor windows, my dark living room with one officer's flashlight moving behind the glass. My TV was still in there. That thought bothered me more than it should have. At Mount Auburn Hospital, they cleaned the cut above my ankle and found a deeper tear than I had earned with just a bowl shard. I had twisted something during the fall through the pantry hatch, maybe when I hit the shelf, maybe later on the concrete. No fracture, which the doctor said like a gift. 7 stitches, a brace, crutches, a tetanus shot, instructions to watch for infection. My molar was cracked, but not exposed enough for emergency dental work. Soft food, the doctor told me. Dentist as soon as possible. Mia needed 2 stitches inside her lip and had bruising along her cheekbone. Theo had a separated shoulder, not severe enough for surgery, but bad enough to make him look furious at gravity. Mrs. Alvarez finally came in around dawn, after an officer convinced her that statements could continue later, and that refusing treatment did not make her immortal. Her cheek was bruised. Her wrist was sprained. She complained mostly about the hospital coffee. The police took our statements separately. A detective named Hannah Voss, 46, female, arrived just after 6 a.m. wearing a navy coat over plain clothes and carrying a paper cup that smelled like burned coffee. She spoke softly, not because she was gentle exactly, but because she understood that loud voices had been used up. She asked me to start at the beginning. So I did. TV click, hallway feed, doorbell feed, the delay, the man at my lock, the hidden camera in the closet, the second camera above the bookshelf, the split screen, the service gap, Mrs. Alvarez's kitchen camera, basement, the countdown, the key. Every time I thought I had reached the strangest part, there was another part after it. Detective Voss wrote in a narrow black notebook. When I finished, she looked at me for a few seconds. "You did well," she said. I almost told her she was wrong, that I had hesitated, that I had left the chain off. That Mia and Theo came because I called instead of handling it. That Mrs. Alvarez got hit because I fell into her kitchen and pulled the night down through her ceiling. Instead, I said, "Did Mia unplug it in time?" Detective Voss closed the notebook. We recovered local hardware from the network closet. Some of it was damaged. Some of it was wiped. Digital forensics will take time. Meaning, we have enough to prove there was an illegal surveillance setup in your building. Hidden cameras, unauthorized network equipment, remote access tools. We also have your 911 call, Mrs. Alvarez's call, body camera footage from the arrest, and physical evidence from multiple units. What about the recordings? Her expression did not change, but something in the room tightened. We don't know the full scope yet. That was the first answer that stayed with me. Not yes, not no, scope. A word big enough to hide inside. By the next evening, the building had become a place people spoke about in lowered voices on the sidewalk. The landlord, Mr. Brenner, appeared around noon wearing a raincoat over pajamas and kept repeating, I had no idea, to anyone who would listen. He was male, 59, the sort of landlord who answered repair texts with thumbs-up emojis and then vanished for 3 weeks. When Detective Voss asked him why the basement network closet used a padlock available at any hardware store, and why the exterior door camera had not worked for months, he suddenly remembered he needed his lawyer. The police found cameras in 7 places that day: my hall closet, my living room bookshelf, Mrs. Alvarez's kitchen, the shared landing light fixture, the basement laundry monitor casing, the front vestibule smoke detector, one in the 3rd floor back stairwell, aimed at the door of a vacant unit. Not bedrooms, Detective Voss told us. Then she added, not that we found. That caveat did more damage than the sentence before it repaired. The tenants gathered in the front yard around sunset, because none of us wanted to be inside alone, and nobody wanted to admit it. Mrs. Alvarez sat in a folding chair with her wrist wrapped, issuing instructions like a general. A 3rd floor tenant named Peter Lang, 27, male, a graduate student from Vermont, kept asking whether he should throw away his router. A young couple from the 1st floor rear unit stood shoulder to shoulder and said almost nothing. Mr. Brenner hovered near the steps until Mrs. Alvarez told him to either answer questions or leave. He left. I stood on crutches near the fence while the sky turned the color of dirty metal. Mia and Theo stayed with me. They had both been discharged, though Theo's arm was in a sling, and Mia spoke carefully because of the stitches in her mouth. Every time I shifted my weight, Mia noticed. Every time a car slowed near the building, Theo noticed. None of us were subtle anymore. Detective Voss came by with 2 uniformed officers and gave us the version she could share. Eric Vale had been a private contractor, previously licensed, currently not. He had done off-books work for property managers, security firms, and people who wanted problems solved without invoices. He claimed an anonymous client hired him to remove surveillance hardware from our basement and deliver a hardware key to a newspaper reporter. "Do you believe him?" I asked. Voss looked at the building instead of me. "I believe parts of what he says line up with evidence." That was not yes either. Lena Marr and Cal Pike had no official connection to law enforcement or property management. Their phones were encrypted. Owen Bell had a record for unauthorized computer access and hardware theft in New Hampshire. The woman in Quincy Lena mentioned was real, but alive. A contractor who had tried to back out of the operation and was found beaten in a parking garage 2 weeks earlier. Eric was a suspect in that assault, but he claimed Cal did it and used his name. Again, Voss said, parts line up. The hardware key Daniel bitten and cracked turned out to be damaged, but not useless. That was the phrase the forensic tech gave her, and she repeated it with the faintest dry look in my direction. Damaged but not useless. My new legal identity. It held encryption credentials, access logs, and fragments of a directory structure. Enough to show feeds had been routed to remote storage. Not enough, at least not yet, to show who bought access or how many recordings had already left the building. The main local storage had partially purged before Mia pulled the power. 11 seconds mattered, Some files survived. Many did not. Mia heard that and went still. Theo put his good hand between her shoulders. "You saved what you could," he said. She nodded once, but she didn't believe him yet. I understood that. Some statements need time before they become true. I did not go back to my apartment that night. None of us did. Mrs. Alvarez stayed with her niece in Medford. Peter went to a friend's couch. The first-floor couple checked into a hotel near Assembly Row. Mia and Theo took me to their place in Cambridge, where I slept on their couch with my stitched ankle elevated on 2 pillows, and woke every 40 minutes because I heard clicks. The thermostat, the refrigerator, Theo's roommate opening a cabinet. My brain translated every small sound into a device waking up. At 4:18 a.m., I asked Mia if her TV had casting disabled. She said yes. Then she got out of bed and checked anyway. A week later, I returned to my apartment with a police escort and a contractor hired by the tenants, not Brenner. The hallway smelled like plaster dust, coffee, and that same lemon cleaner Mrs. Alvarez used because she had come back before anyone else and scrubbed the stairwell so criminals would not be the last smell. My door had a new deadbolt and a new chain. I looked at the chain for a long time. Then I slid it into place from the inside, opened it, slid it again. Mia pretended not to watch. The living room looked smaller in daylight. The couch had been pushed back against the wall. The coffee table was gone, taken as evidence or trash. I didn't know which. The TV sat black and ordinary on its stand. Above the bookshelf, where the second camera had been, there was a square of cleaner paint, like a missing picture. I unplugged the TV. Then I unplugged the power strip. Then I carried the whole thing to the closet and left it face down on a towel. It did not make me feel better. The police gave us back some things and kept others. My laptop had a cracked corner but still worked. The ceramic bowl was gone. My phone came back in an evidence bag, battery dead, screen scratched, still smelling faintly of detergent and basement concrete. I replaced my router. Then I replaced the replacement because I didn't trust the first setup. I learned how to disable features I used to ignore. Casting, remote access, guest network, universal plug and play. Every setting felt like a tiny door I had left open in a house I thought I understood. For a while, I moved through rooms differently. I looked at smoke detectors, light fixtures, vents, picture frames in restaurants, the black circles above self-checkout machines, doorbell cameras blinking from porches on quiet streets. I noticed how many lenses we walk past, because noticing all of them would make normal life impossible. That was the part nobody prepared me for. Not fear of being attacked, fear of being observed. Lena took a plea months later on charges tied to burglary, assault, illegal surveillance, and conspiracy. Cal did too. Owen cooperated early, which made Mrs. Alvarez furious. He cooperated after I broke his confidence, she said, tapping her broom handle on her kitchen floor. Eric survived. He was charged with breaking and entering, obstruction, and evidence tampering. But the bigger case swallowed him in complicated ways. Detective Voss told me he was cooperating. I did not ask if that meant he was good now. People are not software patches. You don't install one update and remove the problem. The landlord sold the building before the civil suit got ugly. The new owner replaced the basement door, the network closet, the exterior lights, the locks, and all the hallway fixtures. Mrs. Alvarez made him do it in that order. For 2 months, my apartment was almost normal again. Then one Friday in early spring, I came home with groceries and found a padded envelope outside my door. No return address. My name printed in block letters. Daniel Mercer. For a full minute, I stood in the hallway with a carton of eggs under one arm and listened. Mrs. Alvarez's radio played softly downstairs. A car passed outside. Somewhere, water moved through old pipes. Nothing else. I did not touch the envelope with my bare hands. That part of me was new and probably permanent. I used my keys to slide it onto a plate, then called Detective Voss. Inside was a cheap flash drive and a folded piece of paper. The paper had one line printed on it. Not all FEDS were routed through the basement. No threat, no demand, no signature, just that. Detective Voss took the drive. She told me not to speculate. She told me the lab would examine it. She told me there were many possible explanations, which was true and not comforting. That night, I slept at Mia and Theo's again. A few days later, Voss said the drive was blank. Blank, I asked. Commercially blank. No recoverable data. And the note, no prints useful enough. So what was it? She paused. Possibly intimidation. Possibly someone trying to suggest additional hardware existed. Possibly a hoax from someone who heard about the case. Possibly true. Another pause. Yes, she said. Possibly. I went home anyway. Because eventually, you either return to your rooms, or you let whoever invaded them keep them forever. Now, my TV stays unplugged unless I am using it. The chain goes on every night. My router sits on a shelf where I can see the lights from bed if I leave the door cracked. Mrs. Alvarez texts me photos of any contractor who enters the building, along with commentary on their posture, shoes, and moral character. Mia still checks in when it rains hard. Theo still calls me hardware key when he wants to annoy me. Life came back, but not cleanly. It came back with seams showing. Sometimes, very late, the radiator knocks behind the wall, and my body is already sitting up before I know I'm awake. Sometimes my phone screen lights because of a notification, and for half a second, the room becomes blue-gray again. Sometimes, I look down my hallway and imagine the angle from inside the closet, the louvered slats breaking me into strips. Nothing moves. Nothing speaks. The door is locked. The chain is on. The TV is unplugged. And still, before I sleep, I check the hallway twice. Not because I think it will save me. Because once you have seen your own home from a hidden camera, you never fully get your eyes back. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.